Hello everyone and welcome to this amazing and informative video on the basics of JavaScript. The world of internet is evolving at a breakneck speed. There are at the very least 8 types of web applications, each serving a specific target audience. With over 5.18 billion internet users globally, the need for people who can build amazing websites and experiences is higher than ever. JavaScript, a scripting language, is used to create dynamic and engaging websites. 98% of the websites today use JavaScript. So if you want to make a career in the field of web development or software engineering, JavaScript is definitely a language you must make yourself proficient in. There are more than 70 JavaScript frameworks and libraries available in the market today, each serving a specific purpose, but the fundamentals in each of those remain the same. In this video on Basics of JavaScript, we'll take you through the nuances of the fundamentals of JavaScript as a programming language and make you armored in the world of web development. Before we move on to the agenda for today's video, make sure to subscribe to our channel, hit the bell icon and use the comment section to let us know which JavaScript libraries you love. Now, let's discuss the agenda for today's video. We'll start this video with an introduction to JavaScript, where we'll let you know about what JavaScript is and how it came into existence. Following that, we'll cover the basics of JavaScript like the document object model, JavaScript statements and comments, variables and data types in JavaScript, type conversion in JavaScript, operators in JavaScript, JavaScript control statements and loops, arrays and objects in JavaScript, and JavaScript functions. It is rightly said that you can master any programming language by creating projects. So towards the end of this video, we'll create 2 different games with the help of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So without any further delay, let's get started.
JavaScript was developed in the year 1995 by a person named Brendan Eich. Brendan was working for Netscape Communications while he developed JavaScript in 10 days. There were a few changes in the name of JavaScript. Initially it was Mocha, which was later changed to LiveScript, and then it finally became JavaScript. The start of JavaScript wasn't that good, as so many developers who were using Java at that time. They considered JavaScript as a language for designers and non-engineers. No one ever knew that this small side scripting language would have a great future. Today, more than 90% of the websites out there, they are using JavaScript somehow. Many of you guys gets confused with Java and JavaScript. Let me clear it for you that both Java and JavaScript, they are different languages. They have almost nothing in common. Many people say that JavaScript was named after Java as a part of a marketing strategy to gain wider acceptance and recognition. In 1995, Java was a buzzword when JavaScript was developed. That's why they renamed JavaScript after Java. Let's move on to what is JavaScript. Have you guys ever been through a website where you can see images that slides automatically? One such website is Amazon. The home page of Amazon, where we can see different types of ongoing sales, is an example of JavaScript. In layman language, JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language used to make web pages more interactive and more lively. Earlier, when JavaScript was developed, it was only a side scripting language to do basic tasks, like you can add pop-ups in your web page or you can make your web page more interactive. Nothing more than that. But now, the whole scenario has changed. With the help of JavaScript, we can create applications as well. If we talk about applications, let's take an example. Let's suppose we want to create an app. We can create it in Android or in iOS. But we have to learn few different languages to create those apps. For Android, we have to learn Java and XML, and Swift we have to learn for iOS. But with the help of JavaScript, you can create hybrid applications which can work on any platform without any problem. Tech giants like Google, PayPal, Amazon and YouTube, they are using JavaScript these days. The evolution of JavaScript in the past few years was unbelievable. Suppose you want to create a single page website. Every one of us is familiar with Gmail, let's suppose. So Gmail is a single page website which looks more like a desktop software than a website. So Gmail is based on Angular.js. It is a popular framework by Google which is free of cost, and it is totally based on JavaScript. Now let's go over some of the features of JavaScript. These features are actually why it is considered that using JavaScript is advantageous over other languages. So let's start with some of these points. JavaScript is not a proper programming language. Indeed, it is a scripting language which works in the runtime environment just like Python. So there are few other languages like C++ and Java. They need a compiler to work. But with JavaScript, you don't need a compiler. Once you are done with the script, it will interpret and show you the output in the browser directly. Next up is lightweighted. JavaScript can provide programming facility to some extent. In JavaScript, you don't need to specify any data type or return type, which helps in making development more quicker. That's why it is known as lightweighted. JavaScript is both client-side as well as server-side technology. Client-side technology runs on the user's computer, whereas the server-side technology runs on the web browser. Initially, when JavaScript was introduced, it was introduced as a client-side technology. But with the introduction of Node.js in 2009, one can now work in the backend as well. There is a way to validate the user's data before sending it to the web server, and we can do that with the help of JavaScript. The data will be checked for correct form and value. All we have to do is start a loop, give it the condition to check the data. JavaScript is also platform independent, although originally designed to work on browsers only, but now it is a platform independent language, which means once you are done with the script, you can use it on any browser or platform without any problem. JavaScript is an object-based scripting language, although many programmers do not consider JavaScript as a true object-oriented programming language due to its lack of class concept. It does support other features of object-oriented programming, like it supports encapsulation, it supports polymorphism, and also it supports prototypal inheritance. The last but not the least feature of JavaScript is case sensitive. So when it comes to keywords, identifiers, names and functions, JavaScript differentiates between capital and lowercase letters. We have to keep this in mind while programming. Now I will quickly go over some of the JavaScript applications where JavaScript is currently being implemented. First one that comes to every person's mind is web development. It was also the main motive behind developing JavaScript. We have technologies like Angular, we have Node.js, we can create beautiful web pages. Also, JavaScript can be used along with HTML and CSS to make those static looking web pages more engaging. If we talk about other applications of JavaScript, we can use it in app development, either mobile app or web app. Like we took the example before that how hybrid apps made with the help of JavaScript can take over traditional Android and iOS app. One of the most important and unique application of JavaScript is in smartwatches. The Bangle.js is an open sourced smartwatch powered by JavaScript. Gordon Williams, the man who is currently working on this project, it is said that this new open sourced stack built around JavaScript will replace the onboard firmware soon. The next application of JavaScript is client-side validation. As we discussed earlier, JavaScript is used to validate the user data, whether the user's input is correct or not, by cross-checking it with the given condition. Like the user wants to enter in your website and you want it to be a user with @gmail.com in his email ID. So you will give that condition to JavaScript and it will cross-check it with the user's information. Like when the user will try to enter in your website, it will check that if @gmail.com is there or not in the user's email ID. So it can validate the user also. Apart from that, one more application of JavaScript is game development. JavaScript can be used to make fully fledged 2D or 3D games using different libraries. Although most JavaScript game development focuses on creating games used in browsers only. Till now we have an idea about what JavaScript is, its features and its applications. So if you want to learn JavaScript, you need to do some basic things to make your learning experience more smoother. Let's take a look at the prerequisites to use JavaScript. The first one is the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. To use JavaScript along with HTML and CSS, you first need to know how HTML and CSS works. See, HTML is used to create the structure of a web page, while CSS is used to style that web page. In order to use these two with JavaScript, you need to have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, because if you want to learn a new language, first of all, you need to know why to use that technology. And to learn JavaScript more efficiently, you need to have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. It's better to have a web browser that supports JavaScript like Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox, or you can use Safari as well if you are using a MacBook. You will need an operating system like Windows, Linux or Mac operating system to learn JavaScript. A computer with minimum 512 MB of RAM would be enough for you to start learning JavaScript. But I will recommend you a computer with 1 GB of RAM or 4 GB of RAM for a better experience. You can use any text editor. You have Notepad, which is free and is already available for Windows. If you don't want to use Notepad, you can use other free softwares like Sublime, or you can use Visual Code. In this particular course, we will be using Visual Code, and I'll tell you how to install Visual Code and what are the features of Visual Code. Also, suppose you do not have any prior knowledge about JavaScript, don't worry about it. We will take you through the whole course and we will ensure that you can understand JavaScript. JavaScript is the only programming language that a browser can understand. 25 years ago, when developers were thinking about a language that a browser can understand, there were a few languages that were present in the market at that time, just like Java. Still, there were some problems with these languages, that these languages need a server to work with the browser. JavaScript, on the other hand, can work directly with the browser. You write the code in the editor, the browser will go through it, it will interpret it, and then runs the program. The popularity of JavaScript increased with time. Being a language which can do so many tasks, whether it be designing a website's front end or going through any website's backend, JavaScript can do anything. By the end of 2018, over 95% of the internet was powered by JavaScript. Means almost every website out there is using JavaScript in some way or another. Do you guys know about Stack Overflow, a website for every programmer? Don't worry, you'll get to know about it once you start with the programming part. Stack Overflow states that JavaScript is the most popular programming language used by the developers. Let me quickly run you through the reasons why one should learn JavaScript, and then we'll briefly elaborate each of these reasons. JavaScript has the most powerful frameworks. JavaScript is constantly growing and is a well-paid job. JavaScript is beginner friendly and it has the largest community. JavaScript provides wide range of usage as well. Let's move on further and see why each of these reasons is important. JavaScript has the most powerful frameworks for every task a user wants to do. Like for designing a single page website, like you want to design a website like Gmail, you can use Angular.js. If you want to design UI components or user interfaces for single page application, you have React.js. You want to develop a mobile or a desktop application, let's suppose, you have Vue.js for that as well. Basically, you can do anything with powerful JavaScript frameworks. Next up is constant growth. One of the main reasons behind one should learn JavaScript. JavaScript is one of the fastest growing languages and stands among the top 10 languages used by the developers. With so much increase in mobile market, mobile web development has seen an immense rise in need of interactivity, which is possible only with the help of JavaScript. That's why JavaScript is continuously growing and there is no way that JavaScript will go down shortly. The developers working in JavaScript are well paid across the world. Anyone who wants to be a web designer or a web developer needs to learn JavaScript. It is a must-have skill for being a good web developer. We will discuss it in JavaScript jobs section. JavaScript is an easy to learn language compared to many other programming languages like Java, Python and PHP. JavaScript provides easy entry points to the world of programming. The best thing about JavaScript is that it comes pre-installed on almost every web browser. So you don't need to set up any environment to start development in JavaScript, which means you can start coding right away. JavaScript has the largest community among all the programming languages out there. Community size does matter when it comes to programming language, because the larger the community size is, the more help you would be likely to get. Currently, JavaScript has the biggest Stack Overflow community. It has overtaken Java in terms of community size and is still growing at a rapid pace. Wide range of usage. In my opinion, one of the most important reasons why one should learn JavaScript, by knowing JavaScript, you can build an entire website from its backend to the front end. Apart from that, you can also build a full-fledged mobile application. For the backend, you don't need to learn other programming languages. Node.js is enough with a bit of knowledge about database and APIs. There is nothing you can't do with JavaScript when it comes to website development. Let's move on and discuss few jobs you can take up after learning JavaScript, and we'll also discuss their average salaries in USA and in India. So the first one is a full stack developer. A full stack developer is one of the highest paid jobs in web development sector. A full stack developer is equally proficient in client side as well as server-side development. A full-stack developer earns around 9 lakh per annum, which is quite a decent amount of money for a person living in India. But if you are a full-stack developer in US, you can earn up to $100,000 per annum, which is a huge amount. A front-end developer is the one who deals with the front end of any website or application. It's obvious that a front-end developer will not earn as much as a full-stack developer, but the amount of money a front-end developer earns in a year is decent. A JavaScript developer works on the front end and sometimes back end also. A JavaScript developer may be responsible for the whole website or just a few aspects or pages of different websites. They earn quite well when it comes to salary. A JS developer in US earns around $75,000 per annum, which when converted to Indian rupees sums around 55 lakhs approx, which is a huge amount. Designing a UI is an interesting job as it needs creativity along with skills. It's always fun to design interfaces to attract users. One should need a lot of creativity for this job. The amount of money a UI UX designer earns in India is around 7 lakh per annum, but it can go up as much as 20 lakh per annum, depends upon the skills possessed and creativity of the designer. So choose your career wisely.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's job assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
DOM stands for Document Object Model. It is an API for HTML and XML documents, which helps JavaScript to understand what is there written inside the HTML document. API stands for Application Programming Interface. To understand API better, let's take an example of a restaurant. Imagine yourself in the restaurant. You are sitting at the table with the menu. The chef in the kitchen is also part of the system. The waiter here works as a messenger between you and the chef. That's what API does. It works as a moderator between JavaScript and the HTML document. DOM defines the whole HTML document in a hierarchical form to make it understandable for JavaScript so that other JavaScript functions can work over it. It represents the entire document in the form of object and nodes. Whether it be elements or text or anything stored in the document, the entire page content can be accessed or manipulated by JavaScript. DOM is not used with JavaScript only. Other languages like Python also uses DOM. DOM was designed to be used independently. To begin with DOM, there is nothing special you have to do. Different browsers have different implementation of the document object model. Every browser uses DOM to make the web page of the document accessible by JavaScript. Let's move on and see what is document object model with the help of an example. I believe you guys have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, a prerequisite for this course. Let's start things off with a basic HTML example. Here we have a code that consists tags like HTML, head, body, heading tag, etc. We have the HTML tag here, the opening HTML tag and the closing HTML tag. Inside the HTML tag, we have the head tag, which contains the document's header part. Inside the head tag, there is a title tag that contains the title of the web page. Then comes the body tag, which contains a heading tag and two div tags with IDs as div1 and div2. A div tag defines a particular section in the HTML document. The ID used within the div tag, it is an attribute basically that has to be unique within the document to make the element unique from other elements. Next up, we have a paragraph tag with a class attribute within it. CSS and JavaScript uses classes to select and access specific elements. Don't worry guys if you have no idea about it. Let us first see the output of this code before going to the document object model of this whole document. So guys, this is the output of the previous code we just came through. Here we can see the title of the web page as well as heading after it. There were two different div tags used in the code. Here is the output of both the div tags. The question here is, where are those ID and class attributes seen in the output? The answer to this question is there's nothing on this web page that can show both of them. We can use them in our CSS file or through JavaScript to specify the containers in which they are used. So we have concluded how a normal document works and how the browser interprets the HTML code. But how JavaScript uses this code is a bit different. That's where DOM comes into play. When the actual HTML document is loaded in the browser, another representation of that document is created, known as document object model. Here's the model you can see on your screen. Each of the tags used in HTML document is correspondingly represented as objects in the DOM, like starting from the HTML tag and covering all the other tags like head, title, body, and few more. The same hierarchy as there was in the HTML document goes with the document object model also. Document object model is simply the same HTML document with different representation. The reason behind this different representation is that it's easy for JavaScript to interpret this format. JavaScript can't understand tags, but it can understand these objects. JavaScript can easily manipulate these objects using different functions, which we will see in future while working on these functions. For example, if you want to access the text present inside the heading tag, you can do it by accessing the heading tag with JavaScript. You can also work on the style of this text with the help of JavaScript as well. JavaScript uses the concept of nodes. It can access nodes of the document object model. There are many types of nodes present in the DOM. The basic three types are element node, attribute node, and text node. The element node consists of all the tags used in HTML document, like the head tag and the body tag. The attribute node contains the attributes used in HTML document. By now, I hope you have understood the concept of attributes. So JavaScript can access these attributes as well, and the user can work upon them as per requirements. The text here in the HTML document, that is simply. It can also be accessed with the help of JavaScript. It is the value of that particular element.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs, and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's job assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
Before installing VS Code, let's discuss a few things about what is an IDE. So IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. It is a software application basically. It comprehends facilities to a programmer for software development. Just like Photoshop makes it easier for us to edit photos, in the same way, IDE makes it easier for a programmer to write code. If you want to write code, IDE will help you write that, and it will help you in software development. There are a number of IDEs present in the market today. We have Sublime, we have PyCharm, we have Komodo, we have Notepad and Notepad++ as well. But in this particular course, we will be using Visual Studio Code, or VS Code we can say. So let me run you through some of the advantages that why we are using VS Code for this course. So first of all, VS Code is free to use as it is an open source software, so you can use it without any cost. It supports multiple programming languages. There is nothing like you need any web support or work on different editors for different programming. You can use VS Code for different languages. Extensions are also one of the main reasons behind using VS Code. See, you want to work on a programming language it does not support. All you have to do is add an extension, search for it, and you are good to go. It will also not affect the speed of the editor as it runs as a different process. It can also detect code snippet whether it is complete or not, like you are using a variable in your program and you forgot to declare it. VS Code will do it for you. This property is known as IntelliSense. Besides all these properties, one main key feature behind using VS Code is it is cross-platform. It is available for Mac, it is available for Linux and Windows as well. I think there are enough features we have discussed till now. There are many more features. We will discuss them while installing or while working in VS Code. So for now, let's move on to the installation process. The installation process for VS Code is pretty simple. Just go to Google and search for VS Code. The next page which will open, here you can see that the first link available is from their official website. Click on that and you will go to their official website. Here in the front you can see the download. You can download the stable version from here only. Or if you want to download it for your according to your PC's specifications, you can click on the download button present at the top right corner of your screen. Here you can see that VS Code is available for different platforms. It is available for Windows, for Linux and for Mac as well. You can download it from here as well. So if you want to download it for Windows, you can click here. It will take you to another page and it will start downloading VS Code. Once the download completes, open the setup file from your downloads and it will take you to the license agreement page. You have to agree with all the terms and conditions. You can go through the full license, but then it will take a lot of time to go through all this. Once you click on it, this window will open where you have to select the location you want your VS Code to locate. Any ID you install, the default location for all the editors is the same. You can click on browse and select any other location if you want. But for now, I'll be leaving it as it is and I'll click on next. Now this will open and you will click next from here. Now it will ask you some questions like if you want to create a desktop icon or not. Select all of them and click on next. Now click on install and it will install VS Code for you. Sit back and relax. It will take time. So once you are done with the installation process, click on finish and the Visual Studio Code will start automatically. So here we are. You can see that we are on the welcome page. So let's start with these icons present on the left side of the editor. This icon here is Explorer. So VS Code works with the folders in your system. Click on open folder and just search any folder, or you can take any folder of your choice. So here in my PC I'll go to work and I'll take JavaScript as my folder. I'll select it and see, it will open the folder and I already have a few programs written over here like this, and I have a few more programs like this and this. You can open any program from that folder by using this Explorer option. You can open any program present in that folder. So basically what it does, any program you make in Visual Studio Code, you will save it in this folder only. So it will be easy for you to open any program anytime. Next up, we have the search button to find any keyword or word present in your code. Whatever you write here, it will show you where it is present in your code or in your document. So let's suppose I write here Simplilearn. See, it will show you Simplilearn in your main screen. So you have a shortcut key for this also. Press Ctrl+F from your keyboard and write anything here. Like it's written Simplilearn here. Press enter and it will show you the result. The third option here is for version control. If you want to use any version control, like you want to use Git, VS Code has very good integration with Git. The next button here is for debug, or it will run your program. Once you are done with writing the code, click here and run and debug. Just open it with Chrome. You have a shortcut for this as well. Press F5 from your keyboard and it will do the same. The next button here is for extensions. Here you can find many extensions given by the VS Code community. They are free to use. For now, we will use these three extensions. The first one is HTML CSS support. Just click on the search button, write HTML CSS support. The first option, click on that and install that extension. Similarly, you have to install few more. You have to install JavaScript and TypeScript nightly. And you have to install live server in the same way. I'll tell you the use of live server in the next video when we will be writing our first hello world program. Let me end this video by giving you a shortcut. Let's create a new file here. Click here, create a new file. Just close it. Create a new file. We will name it as new.html. So it's new.html here. One thing you have to keep in mind, while saving a file, make sure to save that file with .html extension. Here we are about to start writing our first program. So just write exclamation mark and press enter. It will do this. See, it will write the basic HTML code which you will need in almost every program from now on. So you don't have to write this code every time. Just do it this way and start writing main program.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's job assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
We are using VS Code Studio as our text editor to write the script here. We have already discussed the benefits as well as the features of VS Code in the previous video. So as I have already mentioned, you must have a web browser with JavaScript enabled in it. So if you are using Google Chrome, it's quite easy to enable JavaScript. Let me take you through it. Open Google Chrome, go to settings and just write JavaScript in the search option. Go to site settings and scroll down. You will find here JavaScript. Allow it if it's not allowed. In my case, it's already allowed, so I'm good to go. Once you have downloaded the editor and you are done with the environment setup and all, you can start writing the program. So let's go to VS Code. We will open a new file here and save it with a name. Let's open a new file and we will save it with name first.html. Make sure to save your file with .html extension, as it will make it easy for the computer to understand that this particular file is an HTML file. So in the last video, we installed an extension named Live Server. Let me tell you how to use it and what are the benefits of using Live Server. So let's write a basic HTML program, or just press the exclamation key and press enter. Here we are with the basic HTML program. We have not done anything yet, just edit it a little bit. We will add a heading tag and inside the heading tag we will write a heading. Let's suppose we are writing hello. So now right click on your desktop and click on open with Live Server. What this will do, it will open your program in the browser. See, it's the basic thing. So let me tell you what its benefits are. It will open your program in the browser and whatever changes you are making in the programs will be directly shown in the browser the moment you save them. See, just use Google Chrome or whatever browser you are using and in the VS Code side by side. We'll be using it side by side now. Let's suppose we'll change something here. Let's add a word here, hello world. And the moment we save it, it will be reflected in your browser as well. So that's the benefit of using Live Server. We will be using it during our whole code. So now we are done with that. Let's start with the program. So here we are with our basic HTML code which has only tags in it. It will print nothing if I remove this heading tag. Let me remove it, and the moment I save it, it will print nothing. So guys, let me give you a brief introduction to these tags. These HTML tags are used to render HTML files properties so that the browser can differentiate between simple text and HTML tags. You can use as many tags according to your requirements. In our first program, we will write a single line statement over the browser. For that, we will need the script tag. Don't worry if you don't know much about script tag. Let me tell you briefly about this tag's functionality. It is used to embed a client-side script language. Remember guys, script tag is used to embed JavaScript with HTML. This is where HTML and JavaScript comes together. It may contain the scripting statements or point towards the external script through the src attribute. We will see the src attribute as well. We'll use the script tag inside the body tag, or we can use it wherever we want to use it. Like, it's not necessary to use it inside the body tag only. We can use it anywhere in a program. So let's start with this. First, let's start the script tag. We are done with it. Now the script tag, we have to type an attribute. The attribute is, the type is, it's a text file. We are done with our script tag. To write on the web page, we use a very basic command, the document.write. It is a JavaScript method using which you can print anything on the browser. Let's see what document.write can do. Let's write here something, document.write, and any text you want to write inside it. Let's suppose hello world, welcome to Simplilearn. So guys, we are done with this. We have written a text over here, hello world, welcome to Simplilearn. Let's see what will happen when we save it. Press Ctrl+S, and the moment you save it here, it will be reflected on your browser. Here you can see in our browser, it's written over here, hello world, welcome to Simplilearn. We can define JavaScript in an external file as well. Let's see how we can do this. How this script tag will point towards an external JavaScript file. Here what you have to do, you have written script, just before type, use an attribute src and give it the source of the file. But till now we don't have any JavaScript file, so let's create a file first. Name it as script.js. Remember, you have to save it with .js extension. We are done with it and we are good to go. So here we will write document.write and any text you want to write here. Hello world, welcome to Simplilearn. We will save it. The moment we will save it here, there's something wrong, I guess. Okay, we have not given the source code of that JavaScript. So here we will have to give the name of that file. It was script.js. The moment we will save it, see, the text is changed here. Initially it was hello world, welcome to Simplilearn, but now it is hello world, welcome to Simplilearn. This document.write is not interpreted by the browser. That's because this script tag is now pointing towards an external JavaScript file. Anything you will write inside this script tag will not be considered now. So we are done with this script tag here. We now have an idea of how to embed JavaScript with HTML. And now let's see some of the features of document.write. So let's suppose you have written this text here. Let's erase it and see what else it can do. Let's give it a task to add two numbers. Let's suppose we have given here 9 plus 3. Let's see if it works. See, it will give you the output directly here. Document.write 9 plus 3, it will give you the output as 12. Similarly, you will do any mathematical task, any calculation you want to do. Let's suppose 7 multiplied by 8. You can see here 12, 56, 12. Let's give it another one. 9 multiply 5 minus, let's suppose 3, and save it. See, 9 into 5 is 45, and if you minus 3 from 45, you will get 42. Here is the answer for as 42. 56 is for 7 into 8, 7 multiplied by 8, and 12 is for 9 plus 3. So with that, we are done with how to embed with JavaScript with HTML. Let's move on to another concept in JavaScript, that is console.log. Console log is a function in JavaScript that works the same as document.write, but it will not print anything in the browser. Let's give it a try. Let's clear this and suppose we write here console.log and give it a command, save it, and see there is nothing printed on the browser. Let's write something in the body tag. We'll use a heading tag and write something here. Let's go again and go to body tag. We'll use a heading tag here as well and write something here. Let's suppose we write code. Save it. See, this is printed on the browser. To open your browser's console, go to browser, right click here and go to inspect element, or you can use Ctrl plus Shift plus I, which I normally do. Here you can see the console option. See, it has many options like elements, consoles, sources, network, and many more. But for now, let's focus on console. Here you can see the text printed here. So what's the point of doing this? Whenever we write a code, we usually have many variables and functions and a lot of these kinds of things. We don't always know what to expect as the output. Maybe we expect a particular result, but we might get something else. One way of debugging our code is that we can pass a value to this function here only, and we can check the result of that value out of the code. Let's add two numbers here. So if you don't understand it, basically what we are doing for now, we are writing a small piece of code, like the program is not that big, but later on when we are good with JavaScript and we'll use JavaScript as a primary language, the size of the program will go longer and longer. So not every time you are supposed to check the output of your code by doing that only. So if you are using any variables or you are using any functions, you can check the output here only if you have to use that variable in that way or you have to change something. So you will get it here only. That's the use of console.log. Let's add two numbers. Remove it. A is equal to 5 and let B's value is 8, suppose. Okay, we are done with these two numbers, and what we'll do, we will write console.log. We have given it the command to add A and B. Let's see if it works here. See, the value of A plus B is 13. You can see it here in console. The value is 13. You can see it here. So here we can see that the output is 13. You can do any complex calculation here in the console. It will give you the correct answer. You can see here script.js :4. The number after the column is the line in script.js. Here in our file, we can see that the console.log command is in line number 4. So here it is written that it is line number 4 here. So if you click on this, you can see the script.js opened in a very small window and you can edit it from here as well. So this is not a random line number. To prove this, let's go on to a program and let's move this to another line. See, now the console.log is in line 11. Save it, and here you can see this also changed to 11. So let's make this more complex. Add another variable C. We'll add another variable here. Let's suppose we add C here. We'll give it a more complex equation. Let's C equals to the moment we save it, it will give it the answer. Oh no, we are done with the equation. Let's change it here also. The value of C is, let's see if it works or not. Press Ctrl plus S, it's saved, and the value of C is 7. Let's see if this value is correct or not. The value of A was 5. 5 into 3 is 15. 15 plus 8 is 23. 23 plus 4 is 27. 27 plus A minus 25. Value of A is 5 minus 25 is minus 20. 27 minus 20. The value of C is 7. Say it's correct. Check it yourself if you can do something more interesting with this console.log, or you can do something more interesting with document.write. So console log allows us to debug our code, and we can use it if we are not sure about the output in a lengthy program.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's Job Assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
Before moving forward to statements and comments, here to take a note. While you are performing any calculation, let me show you. See, if you are performing any calculation, let's copy it from here and paste it here. So yeah, if you want to perform, let's add two numbers, like we want to add 45 and we will add, let's say 5. We'll save it, and here you can see the answer is 50 here, right? So if you want to perform any calculation, you have to write as it is. You can't write any calculation within inverted comma or double inverted comma. Let's try this. If you want to write any calculation within a single inverted comma, the moment you save it, it will print it as 45 plus 5. What the browser will do, the browser will interpret it as text and print it as it is. So there will be no change. So keep that in mind, take a note of it, and we are done with it right now. So let's move on to statements in JavaScript. So guys, whenever you use any programming language, you give the computer some instruction to perform any task or activity. That's common in all programming languages present out there. Like you are giving computers a few instructions to do a particular task. These instructions you are giving to the computer are known as statements. You see the code written over here. This document.write function is an instruction or statement given to the computer to write something on the browser. Like if you are writing hello world inside this function, it will print it in the browser as it is. And same for addition, subtraction, multiplication, and whatever you are writing inside it, it will basically print it on browser. Like let's suppose if we write here something else. Let's suppose we write here inside double inverted comma, welcome to Simplicode. We save it. We are basically giving it the instruction to write this on the browser. So what it will do, it will write it as it is on the browser. These are the instructions we are giving to a machine to perform a basic task or to perform a certain task. So if you are writing a whole program for designing a website or for anything, you must be using more than one statement. You will use a lot of statements in a single program. So all these statements are separated by semicolons. Like here you can see after every statement I have written a semicolon. It's necessary. Let me show you an example. See, we'll remove this statement and we'll copy this line and paste it in the next line and write something else here. What we can say, this is our first program we will write. Like suppose I've written it, I'll give it the semicolon here. The moment I'll save it, see, you can see here it's written that hello world, the first statement is interpreted and written over here. Then second it come to welcome to Simplicode. See, here you can see that I have not written any semicolon, but it's still showing the output. So let me tell you something interesting. So if you remove the semicolon from any of these statements here, it will work fine, which means JavaScript will forgive you for these small errors you do. But it's always a good practice to put a semicolon after every statement, because while writing a whole program in future, you will use n number of statements. And let's see what happens if you try to write more than one statement in a single line without any semicolon. Let's do this thing here. Write more than one statement in a single line and I'll save it. See, it won't work. The moment I put a semicolon here and save it, it will work fine. So that's why I am saying that it is a good practice to use semicolon after each statement. Hope you guys are getting this. Let's move on to comments. So a comment is also common for almost all programming languages. It's a line in programming language which do not have any effect on the output of the program. See, it stays there in the code, but it does not affect the output by any means. A comment may be a multi-line comment or a single line comment as well. To write a single line comment, we just use double slash in front of that statement. Like here, if we see, the output is hello world, welcome to Simplicode. This is our first program. So to make this first statement a comment, what we'll do, we'll use 2 forward slashes in front of it and it will become a comment. So the moment we will save it, this hello world is disappeared from the output. So this is how to use a single line comment. A comment won't affect your program by any means. Let's move on to multi-line comments. To write a multi-line comment, you have to use a forward slash along with the asterisk sign. See, if you want to make these 2 lines as comments, to end a comment, we will use asterisk sign with a forward slash. These 2 statements are comments now. So the moment you will save it, welcome to Simplicode is also disappeared from the output. That's how comments work. They won't affect your program's output, but comments are very useful in programming. It's just a note for the programmers to remember what they did at that particular part of the program. Suppose you write a program. See here, the programs are not that large and the coding is not that much. But in future, when you write a program, maybe the program will be of more than 500 lines or more. So suppose you write a program with more than 500 lines and come back 20 days later. So at that time, you can't go through the whole code. This is where comments will help you in JavaScript. It will help you to remember what you did at that particular part of the program.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's job assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
So variables are named storage that a program can manipulate. As the name suggests, a variable is a value that can change according to conditions. Variables refers to those memory blocks inside the computer where we can store information. Let's suppose you want to store any value inside your computer. So variable will represent the location of that value. In simple terms, variables are cups with stuff inside them, and you can use that stuff later again and again according to the way you want to. Before the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript we can say, which is the updated version of JavaScript, variables were declared using a single keyword only, which is where. We'll try to declare a few variables here. We'll see how where keyword works. So let's comment this thing first. So let's declare a few variables. Let's suppose where a equals to 15. We will declare where b and the value of b will be 6. We will declare where c and the value of c would be a plus b. So here we have defined 3 variables a, b and c. A is a variable with value 15 stored inside it, and so is b. The value of b is 6. But c is a variable that will contain the value of a plus b. Let's try to print this on browser. Document.write, and we will print the value of c. Save it, and here you can see the value of c is 21. That's the correct answer. So similarly you can also print a and b as well. Let's print a and b as well here. What we will do, we'll copy this line, we'll paste it for a, and we'll update this here as well so it won't create any confusion. So here you can see the value of c is 21, the value of a is 15 and the value of b is 6. It shows the value of all the 3 variables we declared. But with the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript in 2015, Two more ways were introduced to declare a variable. These are let and const. We shall discuss these two terms in the later part of this session. Let me show you how to declare a variable. There are a few things you have to keep in mind while declaring a variable name. Here we have seen we use three variables A, B and C. That was an easy task to do, but giving a variable any name like something other than a single alphabet. So you have to keep a few things in mind while naming them. Start them with a letter, underscore or a dollar sign. You can't use any sign except underscore or dollar. So if you are giving a variable name, you can't use any other sign except the underscore or the dollar sign. You can use these two signs only. You can't use any other sign. You can't use a number in the starting. Apart from that, let's suppose you want to give it a name as 9BE. You can't do that in JavaScript. JavaScript won't allow you this. If you try to save it, it will throw you an error, invalid or unexpected token. So you can't do this in JavaScript. There is no limit for the length of the variable name. But you can't use reserved keywords in a variable name. Like let's try to create a variable with name as class. Class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript. We will save it and see here it throws an error, unexpected token class. But you can use a class with capital C. Let's save it and here it will work fine. Why it works? Because JavaScript variables are case sensitive. If we try to create a variable with same name, let's see, we try to create a variable with var girl and the another variable will be var girl with capital G this time. JavaScript will treat these two variables differently. These two are different variables for JavaScript, as JavaScript is case sensitive when it comes to variables. Let's declare a few more variables. Let's remove it. We'll declare a few more variables. Let's comment this part as well. We'll declare a few more variables. Suppose we declare a variable with keyword var and we'll name this variable as bike name. Var bike name and press enter. If we leave this variable without assigning it any value, the by default value will be undefined. Let's try to print the value of this variable. Right, we will try to print the value of bike name. Save it. Here you can see the value it shows is undefined. So the by default value of a variable, if you do not assign it any value, will be undefined. Let's try to give it a value. Let's suppose we try to give bike name. We use equals to operator to assign it a value. To assign, let's suppose we'll assign it Yamaha. Semicolon and press Ctrl plus S to save this, and here you can see the output as Yamaha. You can also assign a value to the variable during declaration, as we have done in the previous examples. Here we have assigned the variable's value at the time of declaration only. Let's move on to let and const. So we will discuss let and const, but first we will compare let with var. Let is also used to declare a variable just like var is used, but there is a limitation to use let. Let is not accessible outside the block in which it is declared. So we will use let here only. Let bike name equals, and we will change this value as well. We'll change it to hero, let's say. Save it, and here you can see the output as hero. But if we try to put this code inside a block, let's suppose we put this code inside this block, a pair of curly braces, and we will again try to access document.write. We'll try to access bike name again from here. From outside the block we try to access this. Save it, and here you can see bike name is not defined. It is an error in line 18. So what's happening here? Basically you can't access a let variable outside the scope. You can't access it from here, but it will work with var. If we try to replace let with var and save it, here you can see it says hero and hero, because first it will interpret this method and then it will interpret this as well in case of var. Due to its limited scope, let variables are used when there is limited use only. Like in for loop or in while loop, we will learn these loop in future. Let will not allow you to redeclare any variable. Let's understand this with an example. Here's the code as well. We have declared var bike name.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's Job Assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
Data types is an essential concept in every programming language. To work on any variable, you should know its type. It refers to the kind of data which is being stored inside a variable. The type of variable is holding basically. Every programming language has its own set of data types which is unique in its own way. We discussed earlier that JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language because we don't need to specify any data type in JavaScript. After all the variables in JavaScript are loosely packed, or we can say JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. We shall discuss these properties later in this video. For now, let me tell you about different data types present in JavaScript. So, JavaScript data types are divided into two categories: primitive data types and non-primitive data types. Primitive data types are stored in stack, whereas non-primitive data types, they are stored in heap. I don't want you to go deep in these two terms as if you are new to programming, so we'll leave it. Just keep one thing in mind, that primitive data types are base data types, whereas non-primitive data types are objects, or we can say they are derived. Primitive data types, they are further divided into 5 categories. They are divided as numbers, strings, boolean, undefined and null. Non-primitive data types or complex data types, we can say, on the other hand, they are divided into two parts: arrays and objects. We'll have separate videos on these topics. For now, let's discuss primitive data types. To understand primitive data types much better, let's declare a few variables here. Let's say we declare var x and give it the value as 16. We'll declare var y and we'll give it value hello world. We'll declare one more. Let's say var flag and the value will be true. Here we can talk about those properties of JavaScript which I mentioned earlier. JavaScript variables are loosely packed and JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. These 2 points refer to the same thing. Here you can see we have defined 3 variables: x, we have defined variable x, we have defined variable y and flag as well. The values for all 3 variables is different from one another. See, variable x is holding a value that is 16, variable y is holding a value hello world, which is a string. So 16 is a number, hello world is a string, and variable flag is holding a value that refers to a boolean value. In place of true, we can also write false here. So what's happening here? Here you can see there is no data type. If you are coming from a C++ background or a Java background, this will be a little bit weird for you guys, because in C++ and Java, we used to do it like we'll define an integer. Let me show you. So how we will define an integer in C++ or Java? What we'll say, we'll use int x equals to 5 or something like that. We already had a data type. For string as well, we have char in C++, but here in JavaScript, we have no data type. We are only using the var keyword. That's what we call as loosely typed. This line means that you don't have to define the data type of the variable. What happens in JavaScript is whatever the type of value you will pass to the variable, the data type will change accordingly. So you don't need to worry about if you are passing a number or if you are passing a string. Just relax. Just when you pass the value to the variable, it will be determined automatically. So these are the 3 basic primitive data types present in JavaScript, which are number, boolean value and string. So let's move on to the next one, which is undefined. We'll define a variable p and we'll leave it as it is. So this variable p has an undefined data type. It means that any variable which is already declared but has no value inside it, it has an undefined data type. I'll tell you a basic operator, the type of operator. We'll go through the operators in later videos, but just try to understand the basic need and use it with me. For now, this operator will help you know the type of value a variable is holding. See, let's use it here. We have declared a variable p. We'll check the type of p. So to use this operator, you have to use it with document.write now. So we'll do document.write and we'll use two brackets, and inside it we'll write type of, and whatever, like if you want to know the type of variable x, let's suppose we'll write here x semicolon, save it, and you can see here it says number. This means that this variable has a value which is a number. Similarly, we will check for all the variables present here. We'll check for every variable. We'll check for y, we'll check for flag, and we'll check for p as well. Let's copy this and paste it 3 times, and let's change the value here from x to y in this line, and from x to flag here, and here we'll change it to p. So we have done it. We'll save it and see. Here it says number first. Variable y, it says it's a string, because you know hello world is a string, it's a sequence of character. For variable flag, it says boolean, so it's defined as true or false. And for variable p, it's written here undefined. With this, we are left with only one primitive data type, the null data type. There's a difference between a null value and an undefined value. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means the absence of any value. Suppose you are using null as the value for any variable, the type of operator will return this variable as an object. But if you are not giving any value to this variable, you are leaving it after declaration, the type of operator will return undefined. Here's an example for this. See, we'll declare one more variable here. We'll declare var num. Let's name this variable num, and we will give it the value as null. We'll use document.write type of, and we will check with the help of type of operator that what type of value the variable num is holding. So let's give here num. We are good to go. Press Ctrl plus S and see. Here it says it's an object. So a null value will always be shown as an object.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs, and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's job assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
Type conversion, as the name suggests, conversion of value from one to another. In the previous video, we declared a few variables. We declared numbers, strings, and boolean as well. In JavaScript, you can change the data type of any variable from one to another. You can change a number to a string or a string to a number. Let's see an example of type conversion. Let's declare a variable here. Let's suppose we are using a variable. Let's say var num equals to, and the value will be 34, and we'll print it first. And we'll use type of operator to see the data type of this variable. Save it and see. Here it shows 34 and a number. I've already told you about the use of console.log. In this topic, we'll use console.log just for a change. You can use document.write as well. There's no problem with any method you are using. Let's move ahead and we'll declare a few more variables. We'll declare a string and a boolean as well. Let's suppose var str equals to
hello, and we'll print it as well. Let's copy it from here and paste it here. And we'll declare one more variable. Let's say where bool equals to true. Let's print these three variables first. See, the output is pretty simple. We can see the value and data types as well. See, 34 is a number, hello is a string, and true is a boolean value. So let's convert this number to a string first. This number 34, this is a number here, right? And we'll convert this number to a string. So how to do it? That's pretty simple. All you have to do is write a word here. Let's write here. Write string with a capital S and put 34 inside a bracket. So here we are done with it. Save it and see. Here you can see 34, which was a number first, and now it's changed to a string. That's how you can change the data type of any variable. Let's try to change a boolean value to a string now. Many of you guys gets confused with boolean. So boolean is nothing. If something is true, then set it to true, and if something is not true, like if it's false, then set it to false. See, if we talk about a real life example, say if you know how to drive, create a variable drive and set it to true. And if you don't know how to drive, set the variable to false. That's pretty simple. That's what boolean is. Let's change a boolean variable to a string. We have to follow the same steps as we did for numbers. What we did, we'll write here string and put true inside brackets. We are done with it. Save it and check the output. Here you can see the type changed from boolean to string. Like string function, we can also change a string value to a number. So how to do it? Let's take a variable. Let's say where str1 we will take. Let's say we are giving it a numeric value. Let's say 8968. And what we'll do, we'll write here console log and we'll print it basically str1, and we'll write here as well. Save it, and here you can see 8968 is a string. So how to change this string to a number? That's also a simple task. All you have to do is write here number with capital N and put this value inside brackets. Save it and see, here you can see 8968 changed to a number. It was a string earlier and now it's a number. So if it's a number now, let's update this number and we will see if we are adding something to 8968, the value will change or not. Let's update str1. What we'll do, we'll write str1 equals to str1 plus, let's add a number, say 2. So the output should be 8970 and the type of operator will give the value as number. Let's see what's the output now. Save it and see. Here you can see the output changed to 8970. But if you add an alphabet or a character in the value, then the output will be different. Here we will copy this whole code and we'll paste it here. We'll change the value of str1 equals to str2 and we'll use an alphabet along with this number. Let's suppose it's 8968A. So A is an alphabet, and what we'll do, we'll comment this line and we'll go here and change the value str1. Here we are done with it. Save it. Here you can see it says NaN. It means that it's not a number. It won't treat this string as a number because it consists of both numeric value as well as character. Now let's try to convert a boolean value to a number. In the case of a boolean variable, the scenario is a bit different. Let's try this. Let's declare a variable. Let's say we are using where bool2 and the value will be true. What we'll do, we'll print the value here. Here you can see true and the data type of true is boolean. So let's try to change this boolean value to a number. That's pretty simple task. Write here number and put true inside brackets. Save it and here you can see it says 1. In case of boolean variable, the value of true is 1 and the value of false is 0.
Remember this guys, keep this thing in mind. If you are changing a boolean variable to a number, then the value of true will be changed to 1 and the value of false will be changed to 0. Now let's have a look at parseInt and parseFloat as well. After which I'll tell you one more interesting function. Let's move on to parseInt first. Here I'll declare a variable. Let's suppose I'm declaring a variable, let's say var, and we'll name this variable as number. The value will be a string. Let's suppose it's 56. We'll print it console.log. Here you can see that the output is showing 56 is a string. So the data type here is string because I have used here single inverted comma. So it will take 56 as a string. Now let's suppose I want to parse this as an integer, or say I want to change it to a number. I can use parseInt as well. Apart from number, if you want to use number, that's fine. But apart from number, if you want to use parseInt, you can use it. Let's see what happens if you use parseInt. Use parseInt and put 56 inside a bracket. Save it and see, here it changed a string to a number. 56 was a string earlier, right? And now it's a number. Just like parseInt, we have parseFloat as well. ParseFloat will do the same thing, but what if you are using a decimal number here? Let's see if you are using 56.343. Save it. What parseInt will do? It will give you, let's change 56 first. Let's suppose we are using 65 now. Save it and see. parseInt will give you the value as 65 only. It won't show you the value, the decimal value. But if you are using here number or parseFloat, it will give you the whole numeric value. Let's see what happens if you use number here. Number and save it. Here you can see the value is 65.343. Like number, if you are using here parseFloat, let's use parseFloat here. And we'll change the value here as well. Let's suppose it's 72.543. Save it and see, here it will give you the whole numeric value of the variable. I hope this is clear for you guys. Now there is one more function you can use in numbers, which is .toFixed. So this function has by default 0 value. Let's suppose I'm using here. We have to use it here only. Let's see what happens if I'm using number.toFixed. So inside bracket we are giving it a value. By default the value is 0. Let's suppose we are giving it the value as 2. Now save it and what will happen? It will give you the value as 72.54. Similarly, if you are using here some other number, let's suppose 7. You can see we have only 3 digits here. After the decimal we have 3 digits only. That is 5, 4 and 3. What happens if we run this program now? Let's save it and see. Here it says 5430000. So it will show you the value up to 7 decimal points. It doesn't matter if there are available numbers after decimal point, but it will show you the value. Instead of 7, you can also give here 30. Let's save it and see. It says 6366 and so on. Hope this is clear for you guys.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's Job Assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
In any programming language, an operator is a symbol that makes the computer understand that it needs to do some specific task. Like if we want to perform an addition between two numbers, let's say we want to perform addition between 4 and 5. So guys, if you see
the plus sign here, this is known as the operator. And the two terms which are 4 and 5, these two numbers, these are known as the operands. We have different operators for different purposes. Like we have plus for addition, we have minus for subtraction, we have star or asterisk we can say for multiplication, and many more other operators as well. So there are many more operators present in almost every programming language which is present out there. Like operators are present in Java, they are present in C++, in C. Almost every programming language out there has the concept of operators. It's essential for you to know how and where to use any operator despite of the language you are working on. One needs to understand which operators are available, right? So in this particular video, I'll take you through the basic types of operator present in JavaScript. I'll let you know the types and we'll learn about how to use them, and of course I'll take you through the different categories of operators present in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, there are basically 8 categories into which operators are divided, which are: we have arithmetic operators, we have assignment, we have string, we have conditional, we have logical, bitwise, comparison, and type of operator. We'll discuss the first 3 types in this video. That is, we'll discuss the arithmetic operators, we'll discuss the assignment and the string operators. Rest we'll talk about in the following video. First up here is the arithmetic operator. Hope you all are aware of the term arithmetic, right? So, arithmetic operators perform mathematical calculations, like it performs addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division as well. So here are the few operators you can see on your screen: the plus operator, minus, asterisk, division, we have modulus, we have increment, we have decrement. So these are the basic arithmetic operator. We'll see each of these operator with an example. So let's move on to the programming part first. So guys, I want to mention one more thing here. I want all of you to make a separate file for each topic we'll be covering from now on. Like for operators, you'll create a separate file. We'll create a separate one for control statements and other topics we'll cover in future from today. So I want you to create a separate file because, you know, in future if you want to access these topics, it will be easy for you to access those files. Instead, if you are using a single file for all the topics, it will be quite confusing. So let's start with the arithmetic operators first. Let's take 2 variables. We are in the JavaScript file. Let's take 2 variables. Let's say var x equals to 6, and we'll take another variable. Let's say var y equals to 4. Now we'll perform some arithmetic operations on these 2 variables. We have already seen the arithmetic operators present, like we have plus, minus, we have increment, decrement, we have multiplication, division. So we'll go through all of these, right? So let's start with it. Here we are done with our basic 3 operators, which is addition, subtraction, and multiplication. I have commented the division because I have something to tell you about the division. So let's check the output here first. Let's save it and see. The output is addition 10, subtraction 2, and multiplication 24. For addition, it added the 2 numbers, it's 6 plus 4. Similarly, for subtraction and multiplication, it is 6 minus 4, and it's 6 multiplied by 4. For division, I have left division because I hope you guys know the difference between division and the modulus operator. Let's try to use the modulus operator along with the division. So what we'll do, we'll comment these 3 and let's remove it from here, and what we'll do, we'll paste this here and we'll use the modulus here. So now let's check the output, what it says for division and modulus. See, we have divided 6 by 4. Division, it says it's 1.5. 6 divided by 4, that is 1.5. It will show the quotient here. For modulus, it's saying 2 because in modulus it gives you the remainder, and in division it gives you the quotient as the answer. So keep this thing in mind, guys. Keep this in mind always. Take a note of it. So we are done with division and modulus. Next up we have the increment and the decrement operators. Let me show them to you real quick. So what we'll do, we'll declare another variable. Let's say where z equals to 5, and we'll use the increment operator here.
we'll use again document.write, and here let's say we write increment. How to use increment operator? For increment operator you have to use plus whatever variable you have used. So we'll use ++ z, and similarly we'll copy this, paste it here, and here we'll use -- for decrement, and change here as well. So let's see what happens. Let me give some space in between them so that you won't get confused. Let's save it and check the output here. Increment it says 6, and decrement it says 5. So you can see here the functioning of decrement and increment operator. The increment operator will increase the value of z by 1, and the decrement operator will do the opposite of this. It will decrease the value by 1. So we are done with the arithmetic operators. Next up we have the assignment operators. Assignment operators are used to assign values to different JavaScript variables. Let's see the types first, and then we'll see how to use them. So we have these assignment operators here. We have equals to, plus equals to, minus equals to, and we have multiply equals to, we have divide equals to, modulus equals to, and a few more. So let's see each of them with example. Maybe not each of them, but we'll try to cover almost every single operator out there which is present in your screen. So let's move on and see. Let's move on to the programming part. So here we are, guys. Let's declare a few variables. Let's say we are declaring a variable a, and we are giving it the value as 10, suppose. And we'll declare another one, let's say var b, and give it the value 5. So for assignment operators, what assignment operator mean? We have used here the equal to sign, right? We have used a equals to 10. This means whatever value present on the right side of the operator, like here it is 10, it will be assigned to the variable a. I hope you guys are getting this. Keep this in mind. So we have the value 10, and we are assigning this value to the variable a. It says, let's try to check the output of a. Let's try to print a on the screen. Okay, document. See, here you can see that the value of a, it says 10, and similarly the value of b is 5. So let's do one more thing. We'll assign the value of a to b. How to do this? Let's change the value here only. Let's suppose we are using the value of var a as 13. Okay, and the value of var b will be providing as, let's say, a. So now let's try to print the value of b. Here we will change, we'll print the value of b only. Let's save it and see the output. See, it says the value of b is 13 because we have assigned b the value present at variable a, which is 13. That's why it is showing the value of b as 13. This is what assignment operator is. Let's try other assignment operators as well. Let's take another variable. So let's say var a1 equals to, let's say, 51. So the next operator we will be using is, let's update the value of a1 first. So how to do this? Let's say a1 equals to, no, it's a1 plus equals to 9, and we'll print the value. Let's check the output now. See, it says the value of a1 is 60. Here we have given that a1 plus equals to 9. See, a1 plus equals to 9 is the same as, if you don't want to write here a1 plus equals to 9, you can also write it as a1 equals to a1 plus 9. Both of these lines are same. Both these statements means the same. They are performing the same task. So a1 equals to a1 plus 9 is same as a1 plus equals to 9. That's what I want you to understand with assignment operators. Similarly, if you want to perform a1 minus equals to, you can do it as well. So let's say a1 minus is equal to 5, and we'll copy this line from here,
paste it here again and save it now. Let's see the output here. What it says. Some of you guys may get confused that here it shows the value of 69 of A1. So in the first statement, when we tried to print A1 here, the initial value was 51. Then this statement was performed and the value was updated to 60. Then after that, one more statement. This statement is also performed and the value updated to 69. It's 51 plus 9 plus 9. And the value we have here is 69. Now what happens if we are using the minus equals to operator? What it will do, it will decrease the value of A1 by 5. It means that A1 equals to A1 minus 5. The value of A1 is 69 and it will subtract 5 from 69. So here it says the value of A1 is 64. Hope you guys are getting this. So we have so many operators. We have so many of them. Like, let's try a few more. So we have multiply equals to, we have division equals to, we have modulus equals to. So I'll write these and then we'll see the output. So we are done with it. Let's check the output here for A3, A4 and A5. You can see for A3 we have used multiply equals to, for A4 we have used divide equals to, and for A5 we have used modulus equals to. Let's check the output here. Save it and see. It says the value of A3 50. Here we have taken A3 as 5. It's 10 into 5 because A3 equals to A3 into 5. So it's 10 into 5. It shows the value as 50. Similarly, here it says the value of A4 is 3.75 because we have used here 4. So instead of 4, let's try to use 3 and save it. See, here you can see it divides it and gives you the quotient, and the value of A4 divided by 3 is 5. So similarly for A5 it shows the value of A5 is 6 because we have used the modulus operator here, and 20 divided by 7 we have 6 as remainder. So I hope you guys are pretty clear with assignment operators now. Next up, we have string operators. The plus operator, which we used as the arithmetic operators earlier, right? It also operates as a string operator. So we can use it to concatenate two strings. That means we can add two strings as well. In JavaScript, it is possible with the help of string operator. Similarly, we have plus equals to operator for strings as well. Like we have plus equal to for assignment, it has the same functioning for string as well. Let's take the example for these two operators. Let's move on to the programming part. So here you can see we have two variables, where str1 and where str2. The value of where str1 is hello and the value of where str2 is world. So what we'll do, we will add str1 and str2. So let's check the output here, save it and see. Here you can see the output as hello world. But there is no space between hello and world. Keep this point in mind, guys. So if you are adding two strings just like this, there will be no space between the two strings. So if you want to add any space between these two, what you have to do, you have to mention it here separately. And this is the syntax if you want to add space between your strings. So now let's save it now and see. Here you can see there is a space between hello and world. So this is the use of plus operator in strings. So the next one we have plus equals to. Let's take another string. Let's take it as where str3 and we'll give it the value as welcome. So what we'll do, we'll use the plus equal to operator here. Str3 plus equals to, let's say, to simply code. And what we'll do, we'll print the value of str3 here. So save it now. So here you can see the value of str3. If we remove this line, let's see what happens now. And we'll give it a space here. Save it now. See, here you can see it says hello world. For the first str1 plus str2 it says hello world. For str3 it says welcome to simply code. See, here the space is already given, so it will show this in the output. But between welcome and to, if you want to add space, you have to
do the same what you have done for str1 and str2. So let's do it here on as well. Plus sign, yes. Save it now and see, here you can see it says welcome to Simplilearn with proper space.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's Job Assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
Now we are left with conditional operators, logical operators, we have bitwise operator, and we have comparison, and finally we have the type of operator. So these are the 5 operators we are going to cover today. Before we start with the operators, let us first discuss associativity. Talking about associativity, it refers to the direction in which the entire expression is evaluated. For example, if you have any expression, let's say you have a plus b. So the direction in which this expression will be evaluated, either it will be from left to right or from right to left. So this is known as associativity. Let's understand it with the help of an example. So here you can see I have taken 3 variables. I have taken variable a and I have assigned it value as 12. I have taken variable b and the value assigned to b is 8, and finally I have a variable result which stores the value of a plus b. Lastly, what I am doing is I am printing out the result variable inside the h1 tag. Here you can see I have used the h1 tags and I have used the plus operator to concatenate the strings, right? I have concatenated these 2 strings along with the result, along with the answer of result. So the plus operator here is doing 2 different tasks, right? Here you can see it is performing the addition of 2 numbers, right? And here you can see it is used to concatenate 2 strings. So now let's talk about associativity, because I guess you guys are clear with string operator till now. We have discussed them in the previous video, right? So let's talk about associativity now. So certain operators have right to left associativity and certain operators have left to right associativity. So when I say right to left associativity, in this case the value present at the right side of the operator. See, if you are using any operator, for example here we have used the assignment operator, right? We have discussed the assignment operator earlier. So here you can see the value present at the right hand side of the operator will be assigned to the variable which is present at the left hand side of the operator. So it's going this way, like first the computer will check for the value present at the right. It's going from right towards the left. This is what we are known as right to left associativity, and assignment operators like equals to, this have right to left associativity. Let's add here one more variable. Let's say we are adding a variable c, and we are giving it the value as 5. And what we'll do, we'll update result as well. Let me first show you the output of this particular program. See, the output will be value of result is 20 and hi there. Hi there is concatenated with the string value of result is, and 20 is the actual answer. The 20 is the value of result. So let's add one more variable here. Let's say we are adding a variable c and the value of c will be 5. What we'll do now, we will update result as well. Here you can see I have done a plus b plus c. So save it, and here you can see the value updated to 25. The value of result is updated, right? So the plus operator has associativity from left to right. Till now we have talked about right to left as for assignment operators, but for plus operators the associativity is from left to right. It means it will first perform a plus b, and then the value of c will be added to that of a plus b. First it will perform 12 plus 8, and then finally it will add 5 to that value. So it will be 20 plus 5, and that's why the output here is 25. We know that JavaScript is a loosely typed programming language, right? Which means that we don't have to specify data types every time. Like if we are using any data type, we don't need to specify it every time. Like let's do one thing, let's add a string here. So what we'll do, we'll add a string. Let's suppose I'm adding hello. So practically the answer would be hello plus 25 or hello 25. It should be the answer. But let's check the output now. Save it. And here you can see the output is hello 1285. What happened here is the associativity of the plus operator is from left to right. We know this. So it will start from the left and it will see that, okay, the first thing to add is a string. So it will assume that everything ahead of this will be a string. That's why we have the output as hello 12, 8 and 5. So 12, 8 and 5 all are acting as string here. Let me clear this one for you with a little bit of modification. Now what we'll do, we'll remove this string from here and we'll add it somewhere else. Let's say we are adding it here. So let's add one more variable to make it more clear. Let's say we are using variable d and the value will be 10. And what we'll do, we'll perform a plus b before the string and then we'll perform c plus d. Right? So here you can see when you save it, it says 20 hello 510. So when it reached out the first variable, it finds out that the first variable is a number. So it added the first two numbers, right? It added 12 and 8. The answer is 20. Then it came across this string hello, and then finally it assumed that everything ahead of this will be a string. So that's the output. 20 is the addition of a plus b, and then the string hello, and finally we have the value of c and d as string. So we have the value 5 and 10, not 15, right? I hope you guys get this. So let's move on to conditional operators. The conditional operators assign a value to a variable based on a certain condition. Like it contains a condition, and you know, for every condition, like there exists only two possibilities. Either it can be true or it can be false. There is nothing else you can do with a conditional operator. So it works the same as if-else statements, which we'll cover in further videos. The only difference between if-else and conditional operators that it takes less time, or we can say its usage is pretty easy. So here is the syntax for conditional operators. So it seems pretty straightforward, right? So here you can see we have a variable name, we have a condition. Depending upon the condition, we have two values. Here's the example as well. See, you can see we have a variable voter. Next up we have a condition. If age is less than 18, so it will check for the condition that if the value of age is actually less than 18, let's suppose the value of age is 15. So it will check if 15 is less than 18, it's true. Then it will print too young. Or if the value of age is greater than 18, then it will print false, or you can say it will print old enough here. So let's move on to the programming part. So here you can see I have taken a variable x and the value assigned to x is 30. What we'll do, in variable y, I have given it a condition. So it will check for x, which is 30, if 30 is greater than or equals to 50. So if it's true, if 30 is actually greater than 50, then it will print true, else it will print false. So we'll check the output once. Let's save it and see. Here you can see the output as false. So if we update the value of x here, let's suppose we are updating the value of x, let's suppose it's 60. Save it now and see the output has changed to true because 60 is greater than 50, right? Also, if you want to write a message here only, you can do it. Write it here as, so we'll copy it from here, we'll copy document.write and we'll paste it here. Let's remove this document.write, and what we'll do, we'll use this bracket here. And if any message you want to write, like you want to write value of, so, and now what we'll do, we'll save it. See, it says value of true. So Or you can write any other message here as well. You can write value of x is greater than, or you can write whatever. So if you want to update it like value is, and here we will update true with greater, and here we will use smaller. Save it now. See, here it says value is greater. Value of x is greater than y. So that's all for conditional operators. Also one more thing, conditional operators has 3 different parts, right? And that's why it is also known as ternary operator. 3 different parts, as in it has a condition, like here it has a condition and it has 2 values, right? It has true or false. So that's why it is also known as ternary operator. Next up, we have the logical operators. So logical operators are used to determine the logic between 2 variables or values, we can say. We use logical operators to check whether multiple conditions are true or false. Here on your screen you can see the 3 different types of logical operators present in JavaScript along with their syntax and example. So the AND or NOT are the 3 operators present in JavaScript. The AND operator, here you can see it is holding 2 values, right? It has x less than 10 and y greater than 1. So the AND operator will return true only if both the conditions are true, like x has to be less than 10 and y has to be greater than 1. So here you can see we have taken x equals to 7 and y equals to 4. So both the conditions are satisfying here. So that's why the output of the AND operator will be true. For OR operator, the case is a bit different. So if any one of these 2 conditions, like we have 2 conditions, if any one of these 2 is true, then the output will be true. And if both are false, then only the output will be false. The NOT operator, on the other hand, will check if x is equals to y. If the value x is holding is equals to that of y. If the value is not equal, then it will return true. I hope you are getting this. That's a little bit confusing, but if the value x and y holding, if they are not equal, then it will return true. If they are equal, then it will return false, right? We'll understand the programming concept of logical operators in further videos when we learn about control statements. We primarily use logical operators with the if statement, through which we'll come across in the following video. In the next video, we will go through the control statements. So we'll understand the programming part of logical operator there only. Next up, we have the comparison operators. So comparison operators are similar to logical operators in some way. They are also used to check for true and false. As the name suggests, we use comparison operator to compare 2 values, or we can say to compare 2 variables using different operators. So here you can see on your screen, these are the different types of comparison operators present in JavaScript. We have equals to, we have not equals to, we have equal value and data type, we have greater than, less than, and we have a few more. So I hope you guys must remember from the previous video that a single equals to operator is an assignment operator. So if we are using a single equals to, then it will be considered as an assignment operator. For comparison, we have to use double equal to. Keep this thing in mind. Whenever you are using any operator in JavaScript, or especially the equals to operator. So if you want to compare 2 values, you have to use double equals to, because single equals to is used to assign values. This is an assignment operator. So let's move on to the programming part now. So guys, here you can see I have taken a variable x and the value assigned to x is 10. This code seems a little bit longer to you, but that's a simple piece of code. Like I've used almost every comparison operator we came across in the previous slide. I've used each one of them, and I've used the document.write after every comparison operator to put some spaces in between so that you guys don't confuse between them. So let's check the output now. See, as you can see, I have used the double equals to, the triple equals to, I have used x not equals to it. So let's check the output, save it and see.
Here it says false, false, true, 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 false, true, false. So for x equals to 8, it compared the value 10 with 8. And 10 and 8 are not equals to. So the output will be false. As similar for 10, and we have used the triple equals to operator, which means equal, value and data type. So both 10 and 8 have equal data type. They both have the same data type, that is number, but the values are different. So it will print false. For x not equals to 8, it says 10 is not equals to 8. Yeah, 10 is not equals to 8 actually. So it will print true. Similarly for x not equals to 8, it will check that both the values are not equal, but the data types are equal, right? So it will print true for this as well. For x greater than 8, yeah, 10 is greater than 8. So it will print true. Similarly it will check for x smaller than 8, and it will check for x greater than equals to 8, and also for x less than equals to 8. So by now you have understood how comparison operators work. So comparison operators are the easiest to use in programming. And that's all for comparison operators. Let's move on to the next one we have. The next type of operator we have is the type of operator. You guys have an idea about the type of operators, right? As we have discussed it earlier. In case you haven't watched the previous videos, let me give you a brief introduction about this type of operator. So the type of operator is used to provide you with the type of whatever value you put to the right of it. Like if you are using any data type and you want to know about the data type of a particular variable, let's say, so you can use the type of operator. It will tell you the actual data type of any variable. So in JavaScript, as we have discussed earlier in the video where we have particularly discussed about the data types. So there are 5 different types of primitive data types, right? We have the numbers, we have strings, we have boolean, we have null and undefined. So let's try to use type of operator. So here you can see I have used 4 different variables, which are I have used variable x, variable y, and variable flag and variable p. So the values are different. The x is holding 17, y is holding hey there, and flag has the value as false. And I have defined p, but I have not assigned it any value till now. So what I'll do, I have used the type of operator to find out the type of every variable. Like here I have used it for x, for y, for flag and for p. Let's check the output now. Save it and see. It says number, string, boolean and undefined. See, here we have given x the value as 17. So 17 is a number, then it says it is a number. For hey there, it says it is a string. For false, it says it is a boolean value. Like in boolean value, we have only 2 values, like false and true. So for variable p, it says undefined. You know, there is a difference between undefined and null data types. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means there is absence of value, that there is no value at all. So suppose you are using null as the value for any variable, right? The type of operator will return object. But if you are not giving any value to any variable, like you are using the variable as it is, like here we have not given it any value. So if you are doing this, the type of operator will return undefined. So let's take an example of null as well. Let's declare another variable, let's say var abc, and we'll give it the value as null. So and finally what we'll do, we'll use type of operator. Save it and see. Here it says the type of variable abc is an object. So remember this thing, guys. And now we are done with almost 7 operators we had, and we are left with 1 operator only. So let's move on to our last operator, which is the bitwise operator. This operator doesn't have that much of practical usage in the real world. They are not definitely useless, but this is something like we are not going to use on a daily basis. So in computers, if you know, the numbers are stored in binary format. Bitwise operators work on 32-bit numbers, and we have decimal numbers. Like we understand decimal numbers, computer works on binary numbers, right? So when bitwise operators are used, any operand present in the operation is first converted to a binary number and then converted back to a JavaScript number. So here you can see on your screen we have 4 different bitwise operators. We have the AND operator, we have OR, we have NOT, and we have XOR, or we can say exclusive OR. The result and the answers are also here. It's pretty simple. See, we have used the AND operator before as well while we were in logical operators, but the syntax was different, and here you can see we have a single ampersand sign to use bitwise AND operator. So here you can see how the decimal number first changes to a binary number. Suppose we have x as 5. Here you can see x is first changed to a binary number. This is the binary equivalent of 5, and 1 is also changed to a binary number, and finally the result, whatever result we get, it is changed to a decimal number. So that's how bitwise operators work. Let's take an example of bitwise operators. So here you can see I have taken two variables. I have taken variable x, and the value of variable x is 5, and another variable is y, and the value of y is 1. And then I have used all the 4 bitwise operators. Like I have used x and y, I have used x or y, I have used not x, and I have used the XOR operator between x and y. So let's check the output now. Here you can see, if we talk about the output, see here it says 1, 5, minus 6 and 4. So for x and y, see the value of x is 0, 1, 0, 1, and for AND operators it will return 1 if both the values are 1. If any one of the two values are 0, then it will return 0. So what it will return here, it will return 0 for 0, 0. For 1, 0 it will also return 0. Similarly for 0, 0 it will also return 0, and for 1, 1 it will return 1, which is the binary equivalent of 1. So the answer here is 1. For x or y, it will return 1 if any one of the two values are 1. See, if both are 0, it will return 0. If any one of the two values is 1, it will return 1. It will return 0 again, and finally it has two ones, so it will return 1. And 0, 1, 0, 1 is the binary equivalent of 5. That's why the output here is 5. For NOT operator, it works a little bit different. It gives you the output which is same as minus x minus 1. So minus x minus 1 will be, see, minus x minus 1 will be minus 5 minus 1, which is minus 6. So this is a bit different here. The NOT operator here is a bit different. For XOR operator, or we can say exclusive OR, it will return 4. Why it will return 4? It will return 1 when any one of the two values is 1. If both are 1, then also it will return false. It will return 1 only in one condition. If any one of the two values is 1, then only it will return 1. That's why the output here will be 0, 1, 0, 0. That's why it's written as 4, which is the binary equivalent of 0, 1, 0, 0. Let's suppose we have a piece of code that has n number of statements. Here, let's say we have this code, and so the conventional workflow will be, it will first execute the first statement, then second, then third, and so on till statement n, right? So this is the basic flow, right? From statement 1 till statement n, and it will execute each statement in between. However, in real world, the scenario is different. Like, we don't write the code in same manner every time. For example, let's suppose you are in line 5 and you want to print this line 10 times. So what should you do? You can write this line 10 times, or you can copy paste it, right? Okay, let's forget about 10 times. Let's suppose you have to use this code, or we can say, let's suppose you have to print this statement 100 times. Doing this, like copy pasting it for 100 times or writing this statement for 100 times, that's useless and unnecessary, right? So that's where control statements comes into picture. We'll discuss them in a while. Let's assume another situation.
This time you want to make a choice based on certain conditions. You can use conditional operators, but then it has limitations, right? To tackle this problem, we have control statements in JavaScript. So these are the very basic reasons why we need control statements for performing a certain activity. Like if we want to perform a certain activity n number of times, or if you want to make a certain decision making kind of scenarios in your program, that's where we need control statements in JavaScript. In JavaScript, we have two different types of control statements depending upon what action we are performing. So we have the conditional control statements and we have the iterative, or we can say looping control statements. Talking about conditional statements, as the name suggests, we use conditional statements when we have to make decisions based on conditions. When we have two choices, or when we can say when we have two different conditions and we want to make choices accordingly. So that's where we use conditional statements. We have two different types of conditional statements, the if-else statements and the switch case. Talking about the iterative statements, as the name suggests, if you want to perform any action more than once, or maybe n number of times, instead of writing them again and again, we use loops. So loops are basically statements. We use loops to perform any activity n number of times with specific conditions. So in JavaScript, we have four different type of loops. We have for loop, while loop, do while loop, and for in loop. So the for loop, while loop, and do while loop, you might have heard about them earlier because they are also present in other programming languages. But this for in loop, this is a new type of loop present in JavaScript. We use for in loop with objects. We'll go through objects in upcoming videos, and of course we'll be looking at each of these control statements in detail. We'll have a particular video for each of these topics. Now let me introduce to you the break and the continue statement. They are not the types of control statements, but they do assist in other control statements. The break is used to exit a switch statement or loop. Like when used in a loop, it breaks the loop and continues executing the code after it. And on the other hand, the continue statement breaks a single iteration. When used in a loop, when we use continue statement in a loop, it breaks a single iteration, and it breaks the iteration only if the specified condition occurs, and then it will continue with the next iteration in the loop.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs, and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's job assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
So the if-else conditional statement is used whenever we work with condition. It can be either a single condition or maybe more than one condition, or multiple conditions we can work with. So let's try to write a basic program with a single condition. So then we'll move on to multiple conditions using the else if statement. So we'll create a new file today. So I hope you guys know the importance of creating a separate file for every topic. You know, it will be easy for you to work to find out that separate file later if you want to revise that topic. So here is the program where we have taken a variable x and the value of x is 10. So what we are doing in this program is we are checking if the value the variable x is holding, that is the value 10, and if the value is less than 10 or if the value is greater than 10. So we have only two conditions, either the value can be less than 10 or the value can be greater than 10 or equals to 10 as well. So here in this program what we'll do, first we'll update this value as 8. So the variable x is holding the value 8.
So to check the output, let's save it, and here you can see it says the value of x is less than 10. Of course, the value 8 is always less than 10, right? So for 8, that's fine, it will say the value is less than 10. And similarly, if we do the same for, let's say, 11, save it now and see, it says the value of x is greater than 10. So that's quite simple, right? But what if we are giving the value as 10? We know 10 is equals to 10. So save it now and see. Here you can see it says the value of x is greater than 10. This is happening because what we did, as we told the interpreter to check the value if the value of x is less than 10. We didn't mention that if what to do if the value is equals to 10. So it will check for only x is less than 10, not for equals to 10 or greater than 10. So here what it is doing, it is checking if the value is less than 10. So that it says okay, let's print this statement if the value is less than 10, or if the value is not less than 10, or if the value is equals to or greater than 10, it will print the value of x is greater than 10. To avoid this type of misunderstanding, we use an else if statement. So the concept of else if statement is the same as if statement. What we are doing, we are using multiple conditions, right? We are giving it more than one condition. So how to use else if? It's quite easy, and the syntax is also similar to the if statement. The only difference is that it contains an else before if. So it's an else if. So what we are doing is we are giving it a condition that else if x equals to 10. So now what it will do, it will check for two conditions, that if the value x is holding is less than 10 or equals to 10. And what we'll do, we'll update it as. So let's check the output now. Save and see. Here it says the value of x is equals to 10, right? So I hope you guys are getting this. The execution flow for this program will be like, it will check for the first condition if x is less than 10. If yes, it will print the value of x is less than 10. If no, it will move on to the following condition. Like under the else if statement, it finds a condition that if x is equals to 10, it will check for it. If yes, if x is equals to 10, then it will print the value of x is equals to 10. Or if not, then otherwise it will move to else statement and print the value of x is greater than 10. We don't need to specify any particular condition for this, because we have already specified the two conditions, that if x is less than 10 or if x is equals to 10. Now we'll take a look at some basic programs. Other than this one, we'll take a look at a few more basic programs. So here's the another program. What we are doing here is we are taking a variable x and the value of x is 5. So what we are doing is we are checking if the number is an even number or an odd number. The thing you have to keep in mind is the logic to find whether a number is even or an odd number. So to check whether a number is even, what we do, we'll divide that number with 2, right? What basically we want is we want the remainder as 0 when we use the modulus operator. So what we'll do, here we have written x mod 2 equals to 0. So if the remainder is 0, then the number will be an even number because it is divisible by 2. Else it will be an odd number. So that's quite simple, right? Let's save it and check the output. For 5 it says odd number. Yeah, 5 is of course an odd number, right? So that's for even and odd number. So here we are with another program. Here it says we have a variable y and the value of y is, let's say, 8. And what we are doing here is we are checking if a number is positive or negative or 0. So we have three different conditions. Either number can be positive or it can be a negative number. Any number greater than 0 is a positive number, right? And any number less than 0 is a negative number. And the third one is a number 0. It's neither positive nor negative. So let's check for the number 8, save it and see. Here you can see it is a positive number. Let's see for -2. Save it now. It says a negative number. For 0 it will say 0. So these two programs are quite simple, guys, right? The conditions are pretty simple. We use modulus operator, we used greater than or less than sign, and that's quite easy to use, right?
So let's move on to the next program, which is a bit tricky than these two. So what we'll do in our next program is we'll check if a number is positive or negative, and at the same time we'll check for even and odd also. If we are giving any number as input, like let's suppose we are using 5, we'll check if the number is positive or negative and odd or even. So we'll do this simultaneously. Let's move on to this program. So there are two ways to check whether a number is positive or negative and odd or even. So the two methods, we'll discuss them one by one. The first one here is to use nested if, and the another one is when we use logical operators along with the if else if statement. So this one here you can see right in front of your screen is the nested if method. So here you can see we have used the if statement. We have given one more condition inside another if statement. So first it will check whether a number is positive or not. For x greater than 0, it will check if the number x is greater than 0. Then if yes, if it will find it that yes, this number is greater than 0, then it will move on to the nested if and it will check for odd or even. For odd number and even number, it will check if it finds that the number is even, it will print that the number is positive and even. If the number is not even, it will print the number is positive and odd. So here you can see the difference. What the interpreter is doing is it will check for the number as positive, and if the number is positive, then it will move on to the nested if and check for the even or odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print positive and even, otherwise it will print positive and odd. Then it will move on to the next condition, which is for negative number. If x is less than 0, then it will again move to the nested if and it will check for even and odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print negative and even, otherwise it will print negative and odd. And the last condition is for the number 0. Let's try to find out the output of this, and what we'll do, we'll update the value of x as 8. So save it now. Here it says the positive and even. So 8 is a positive number and even as well. Let's update the value of x as -5. Save it now. It says negative and odd number. -5 is a negative odd number, right? So that's how it will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So we are doing both the things simultaneously in a program. We have an alternate method as well. Here you can see on your screen we have written a program, and here we have taken a variable x. The functioning of both the programs is same. Both of these programs will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So here you can see I have taken a variable x. Let's say the value of x is 7. It will check for x greater than 0 and x mod 2 is equals to 0. So we have 4 different conditions, right? A number is greater than 0, that means a number is positive and even. A number is positive and odd, a number is negative and even, a number is negative and odd, and the final one is a number is 0. Okay, we have 5 conditions and we have to specify these 4 conditions here. So here you can see we are using the logical AND operator. This means it will print this statement. Let's suppose for this statement, it will print this only if both the conditions are true, right? If the value x is holding is both greater than 0 and an even number. So if you try to find out the output now, save it and see, here it says number is positive and odd. So the number 7 is greater than 0, but the number 7 is not an even number. That's why this line is not there on the browser. It will print this line because the number is positive and odd, right?
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's Job Assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
The switch case is another conditional control statement, just like the if-else control statement. There's a difference between the usage of if-else and switch case statement. Now both if-else and switch case works with conditions, and we have to choose when to use switch case over if-else. Switch case is generally preferred over the if-else when there is n number of test cases present, or we can say when we are working with a lot of conditions. Let's say we are working on a program and you ask the user for an input between 50 and 100, a numeric input basically. And in the output, we have to print the textual form of that number. Suppose if the user enters 75, right? The output will be like this. So what we are doing, we are taking a number from the user as an input and we are printing the textual form of that number, right? So we can use the if-else or we can say else-if control statement, but the program will be so lengthy and not so clean. Also, switch case is much more efficient than if-else when it comes to execution time. Like if we have n number of conditions, then using switch case is a better option. We'll get to know why in a bit. So let's move on to the programming part, and today we'll write a program where we have to find the month in a year by accepting its number. So we have 12 months in a year. For example, if we enter 4, then the output will be April, and if we enter 8, then the output will be August, because August is the 8th month of the year, right? So I hope you guys are clear with the question. Of course we can do this program with the help of if-else statement, but we discussed earlier that using if-else in such cases is not efficient, right? We can use switch case in this scenario. So let's create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where month, and you can give any value to this variable from 1 to 12. You can provide it with any initial value. So let's create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where month, and the value we are providing it 1 as the hardcore initial value. For simplicity, again we are not taking the input from the user or from the browser. To do so, we have to first go through the DOM manipulations, and we'll go through it in later videos. So let's start with the switch case now. The syntax for switch case is quite simple. Just write down switch and pass the variable month. So we have to check in this round bracket for the variable month, because you know any value you are providing to month, the switch will check the program accordingly. So for now we have taken the value as 1 for month. We can take any value, like we can take 3, we can take 11, 12 or any value other than 1 to 12 as well. So whatever value you are providing to the variable, you can provide the variable to the switch statement, right? So next up we have an open and a curly braces. For the body of the switch case, we have to test for 12 different conditions inside this, starting from 1 to 12, right? So the syntax goes like this. You have to write case and then the value month variable might hold, like 1, 2, 3 and so on, followed by a colon, right? So we have to write the value 1 and a colon, not a semicolon but a colon. Keep this thing in mind, guys. And below that we are going to write what we want when the value is 1, like what the output we want when the value is 1. So we have to write document dot write and whatever you want as the output. Like for 1, the first month is January, so we are writing here January and a semicolon. So if the value of the month is 1, you will get the output as January. Save it, and here you can see the output is January. Let me increase the font size for this as well. So here you can see the output is January, right? Next, we'll use a break statement. If you guys remember, we discussed the break statement in the control statements video, right? The break statement is not actually a type of control statement, but it assists other control statements, or we can say it helps us manage the control statements, right? What this statement does is, once we are done with our output, we get our output, right? Once we are done with case 1, we get our output as January. This break statement helps us to come out of the switch case. So to understand this much better, let's write here one more case. So let's say we are writing here one more case as case 2, and the output will be document dot write. The second month is February, right? And February here we can write. So we'll include one break here, like we'll come in the first case and include a break statement. So here's how you can write a break statement, how you can include a break statement in your code. So let's check the output now. So for now it says January. So if we don't include this break statement here, when the interpreter will execute this code and it will see that the case is 1, right? So it will print January, but it will print other statements as well. So for example, if we remove this break statement and save it now, see, you can see here the output as January and February. January and February both are getting printed on the output. So we need a break statement to break it here. See, the value is 1, and if we include break statement here, the moment the interpreter finds the answer, the correct answer as January, it will come out of the switch case. So I hope you guys are getting this. Similarly, we'll write all the cases for all the months. Let me show you all the cases. So here you can see on your screen that we have 12 different cases from 1 to 12, one for each month, depending on the value the variable month is holding, right? The output will be June if the value is 6, and if we say 10, the output will be October, and so on and so forth. Now, the question here is, what if we try to write a random value for the variable month? By random value, we mean that if we try to write any value other than these 12 values from 1 to 12, if we leave these values, then if we try to write another value, like if we write here 13, so what will be the output now? Let's save it and see. There's no output, and there might be no error for this as well. So if you try to check for an error, go to inspect and check out. See, there's no error, right? So in that case, we have one more case, like we have default case. So let me show you how to include default in your program. What you have to do is write here default with a colon and write document dot write, and let's suppose we are writing here wrong input. What is happening is, let's try to run this program first. Press Ctrl plus S, and now you can see it says wrong input for value 13. So what is happening is, the switch case will first check these 12 cases, and any value other than 1 to 12 will get the output as wrong input. It works the same as the else statement, right? In else statement, we don't need to specify any particular condition. Any condition other than the if condition or else if condition will fall inside the else statement. It's not necessary to add default in your program. It's just if you want to give the user a prompt that he has entered a wrong value. So you must include this default case in your program every time while using switch case, because it's quite useful, you know. Okay, so this is the complete program to find out the month by accepting its number. If you try 6 and save it now, it will say June. If we try 10, save it, it will say October. If we try 12, save it, it will say December. So I hope this is clear to you guys. Next up, let's discuss about switch case in detail, because the switch case in JavaScript works differently from other languages. Like, switch case is also present in C++ and Java, but in JavaScript it is a bit different. So in JavaScript, switch case can accept numbers, it can accept strings and boolean values as well. Now let's have a look at how the switch case works with string values. So here is an example of string values. You can see the value variable month is holding is June, right? And you can use this string in case as well. So here you have to give the case as a string value, right? Because we are using switch case statement with strings. So the first case here is when the value will be June, the output should be 6th month, and when the value is July, the output will be 7th month. So let's check it out if this is working or not. Let's save this program and see. For June it says 6th month, and similarly we can check it for July as well. Let's check for July, save it and see, it says 7th month. You can include the default case as well if you want to. It will be similar, like there's no difference for default case. Let me show you how. We'll write here wrong input. And save it, and now let's try to change the value here. Let's say we are using May. Save it and see, it says wrong input. What if we use a numerical value here? Let's try to use 2. Save it now. It says wrong input for 2 as well. It will give you the output when the value is either June or July. So any other value you try to use here, it will give the output as wrong input. In the same way, it works for Boolean values as well. Let me show you how it works for Boolean values. So what you have to do, instead of 2, you have to give here a Boolean value. Let's suppose you are writing here true. And for true, you have to change the case as well. For true, you have to change the output as, let's say for true, the output will be 1. Okay, and similarly for false, the output should be 0. And the output should be wrong input for any other case, right? So save it now and see, here for true it says 1. The output you can see here is 1. And if you try to do the same for false, like let's write here false, and now try to check the output. See, here it says 0. You can see the output is correct, right?
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's Job Assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
Let's first understand what exactly a loop is, right? So a loop is basically a programming construct that executes a piece of code as long as a certain condition is met. Alright, and there are two different types of loops. We have entry control loops and exit control loops. Now, what exactly are entry control loops? Now, these are the loops where the test condition is checked before executing the piece of code. For example, you have the for loop and the while loop. So in their case, before entering the loop, the condition is checked, and only if the condition is met, it enters the loop and executes the code. Alright, when it comes to exit control loops, the test condition is checked after the loop has been executed. Alright, so in this case, the loop at least gets executed, the code in the loop gets executed at least once. So the example for this is the do while loop. Alright, with this basic knowledge, let's go ahead and learn about the different loops. So the first loop is the for loop. Alright, so what exactly is a for loop? This is the basic logic and the flowchart in front of you. So what exactly happens is that, say for example, you want to print the word looping, say 10 times, right? So what you can do is you can start and you can have a for loop which goes from 0 to 9. And then you increase the number by 1 every time you print the loop. Once it's equal to 10 or even greater than 10, it ends the loop, right? So let me help you understand this better with an example. So let's go to our editor, that is VS Code. Here I've created a folder called demo_loops, within which I've created a file called for loops. Alright. So now let's just write down our initial code for HTML, that is HTML, and then I have a head tag within which I say JavaScript loops. Alright. Now I have a body tag within which I give a heading for clearer understanding. Let me have a heading, say JavaScript for loops. Alright. Let me just call it for loop. Now let's have the script tag within which I'll have a variable, say x, and now we'll have the for loop. So we say for x equals 0, x less than 5, x plus plus, within which I say console.log of x. So basically what happens is, now you have the first variable which is called the counter variable. Now this keeps track of how many times the code is being executed, right? And next, I less than 5 is the condition. Now the loop keeps executing as long as the condition is met. And lastly, the counter variable is incremented, and usually it's incremented by 1, right? So here we've done the same thing. And inside the loop, we print the value of x. Alright, so let me save the file and then execute it. Alright, it's printed JavaScript loops here. Let me just go back. Okay, my bad. I missed out on the title tag. So this has to be enclosed within the title tag. So let me just change it here. Now let's save this. Let's go back and just refresh the page. And that is it. So whatever is in the title tag basically appears here. Alright. So now since we're printing the value of x on our console, we'll have to inspect our element. So let's go here. And here let's check on console. And here you can see all the values have been printed from 0 to 4. Alright, now this is a simple for loop. So next up is a while loop. Now the logic is similar to that of a for loop. So first the condition is checked, and if the condition holds true, then the code is executed, and if it is false, it terminates. Alright, so moving on, let's understand the general syntax. So here first you have the variable whose value keeps changing, and then you have the ending condition, which is basically the maximum value a variable can reach. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. And here, for better understanding, let me just change this to JavaScript while loop. Alright, let's just delete this, and here let's initialize the value of x to 1. And now I say while x less than or equal to 5, within braces I say console.log of x, and then I increment the value of x. Alright, so let me save this and let's execute the file. Alright, so it says JavaScript while loop, and let's inspect. And here in our console, it displays the values of x. Alright, so according to the logic, x is initially initialized to 1, and the value gets executed once it enters the while loop. Alright, it's incremented and then checked every time until the value reaches 6, right? And then it breaks from the loop since the value does not hold true, and then it terminates. So this is the logic behind the while loop. Next up is the do while loop. Now here, as you can see, first the code is executed and then the condition is checked. If the condition is true, then the code execution continues, and if it falls, it's terminated. Alright, so this is an exit control loop. Also, in an exit control loop, the code is executed at least once. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here, let me just delete this. Now let's initialize x to say 15. Alright. And now I use the do keyword within which I write the code. So first I'm going to print the value of x. Console.log of x. And then I increase my value. And here I mention my test condition, which is while x less than say 10. Alright, so according to the logic, initially the value is x, and once it enters the loop here, it should print the value of x, which is 15. Alright, and then it increments the value. But once it comes out of the loop, it checks for the condition. Here the condition says less than 10. But since x is not less than 10, it prints the value x, that is 15, and then terminates. Alright, so let's save this and execute it. So let me execute this. And here, let's check the console. So there we go, it prints 15. So what it does is that it prints the value 15 first and then checks the condition. Now, let's go ahead and change the value of x to say 5. Alright, so now it enters the loop and then it prints the value of x and then increments it. And when it comes out of the loop and checks the condition, as long as the value of x remains less than 10, it prints it. Okay, so let's save this, go back here, and let's refresh the page. And here you can see the values 5 to 9 are printed. So this is how the do while loop works. Moving on to the next concept, breaking out of a loop. Now, as the name suggests, break is the keyword that is used to break out of a loop. Now here is a simple code for you. So according to the logic, it prints the values between 1 to 10. And say at the value 5, you want to break out of the loop. You can simply use the keyword break. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here, let me just make it simple and say for x equals 1, x less than or equal to 10. Let's increment it. And within the loop, let's display the value x on the console, and then we're going to check for the condition if x equals 5. Alright, so if x equals 5, we break out of the loop. So let's save the file and execute it. And there you go. It's displayed the values from 1 to 5. So basically the code inside the for loop is executed, and once the value of x reaches 5, it breaks from the loop. Simple, right? Alright, so let's move on. Next up, we have skipping a loop cycle. Alright, so here, what exactly we do is we make use of a keyword continue to skip a particular loop cycle. Say in this case, we have a for loop which displays the values of I ranging from 1 to 10. However, we want to skip the cycle when it reaches the value 3. So what we do is we make use of the keyword continue here. So basically it displays 1 and 2 and skips the third cycle and then directly displays 4. Alright, so let me show you in our VS Code editor. Here, let me just remove this and say if x equals 5, I'm going to continue. Alright, after which I'm going to say console.log of x. So let me save this and then execute it. So here, let me refresh the page, and there we go. As you can see, it displays 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the 5th cycle is skipped. Alright, and the rest of the digits are displayed. So that is how you can skip a loop. I highly suggest you also practice all of this and then play around with loops to get a better understanding.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in Full Stack Web Development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's Job Assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
So what exactly is an array? Now an array object lets you store multiple values in a single variable. It stores a fixed size sequential collection of elements of the same type. Now an array is used to store a collection of data and it uses only integers as element indices. However, associative arrays can also use string indices. Moving on, let's understand what array operations are. Now we can perform various operations on an array in JavaScript. But let's start by creating an array. So for that, let's go ahead and create a folder first, which will consist of the file that we're creating, right? So for that, let me just go ahead and create a folder. And I'll call it demo_array. So once you're done with that, open your Visual Studio Code editor and here say open folder and click on demo array. Okay, it's creating the workbench. Alright, and now here you can see the new file icon. So go ahead and create demo.html file. Alright, here you go. Now let's start typing the code. The first thing we do is type in our HTML tag. And here I have the head tag. And let me say JavaScript tutorial. Alright, and now let's create the body tag. Now within the body tag, I create a paragraph tag and create an ID and let me call it demo and then close the tag. Now I'll explain to you why we're doing this a little later. So first let's go ahead and create the script tag. So say script, and within the script let's create our array. So let me use the keyword let and say we give the name of the array cars equals in square base braces we say BMW and Volvo and then say Honda. Alright, so now we create an array. Now one more thing is that we use the keyword let so that which indicates that the array can be changed throughout the program. Alright, so now we go ahead and display it. So I say document dot get element by ID, and here I say now the ID created was demo, so I say demo here, and I use the dot inner HTML property which is equal to cars. Okay, let me change this to BMW first. Alright, so what exactly inner HTML does is that it is responsible for what is being displayed on the web page. Okay, now since we've taken ID as demo, any changes made is reflected in this ID and then displayed onto the web browser. Alright, so let's save this and now execute the file. So here I go back to my folder and then to the file and go ahead and click on it. So there you go. The heading is displayed and the entire array is displayed here. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. Okay, so I hope this was easy to understand. Now let's go ahead. So the next operation is to access an array element. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here, let's create another variable. Say let BMW. BMW is the name of a variable. Don't get confused with the array element. So BMW equals cars of the index 0. So basically, cars of 0 is nothing but BMW. Alright, so that is being saved in the variable BMW. And now let's just go ahead and display this. So let's just copy this and paste it here, and instead of cars, you use the variable name BMW. That is this one. Alright. So now let's save this, and when we execute it, you see BMW here. That's how you retrieve an element from an array. Next up, we have the array length property, which displays the length of the array. So again, let me show you how to do that. Let's go back to our code. And here, let's create a variable and let's call it length variable. So I say let len equals cars.length. Now you can use the length property, which will retrieve the length of the array for us. It's as simple as that. And now after this, again, let's just copy the same code here and then let's pass len. Okay. Now let's save this, and when you execute it again, it says 3. So we've successfully retrieved the length of the array. Alright, so the next operation is to access the last array element, right? So let's go back to our VS Code, and now let's create another variable and let's call it last, and we'll just say last equals cars, and within square braces cars.length minus 1, right? So basically, the length of the array is 3 and 3 minus 1 is 2. So it should retrieve cars of 2, which is Honda, right? So let's just execute this. Let me pass last here, save it, and see if it displays Honda for us. There you go. It's as simple as that. Alright, so moving on. The next array operation is loop over an array item. So for that, let's go to our code, and here let's use the for loop. So I say cars dot for each, and within this we'll say item comma index comma array, and now we use the arrow function and display the content on the console. So I say console.log of item along with its index. So let's save this. And now let's go ahead and execute it. Alright, now as you can see, nothing is printed on your web page, right? Because whatever is being printed has to be printed in your console. So now click on F12, which opens the developer options. And here you can see console. So click on that. And now you can see the name of the item in the array along with its index. So you see BMW 0, Volvo 1 and Honda 2. Alright, so moving on, now that we've learned about the array operations, let's go ahead and learn about the array methods. So the first method is toString. Now as the name suggests, it is used to convert an array into a string. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. And now let's copy the same code here. And here, instead of last, I just say cars dot toString. Now you can use this method to convert the array into a string. So let's save this and let's execute it. Alright, now here the same output is shown, which means that the type has only been changed to string type. Alright, moving on, the next method is pop. Now pop basically removes the last element from the array. So let me show you how that works. Let's go back to our VS Code, and here we have to save the popped element into a variable, right? So let's create a variable, say last. Okay, and since last is already used, let me call it last one. Last one of cars.pop. Now you can use the pop method to pop the element. And now we can just copy the same code to display this onto our web page. And here I just say last one. Now, since we've popped the last element, the array has only two elements, right? That is BMW and Volvo. So if you want to display the last element, it should display Volvo, right? So what we can do is we can just create another variable, say last two, and just use the same logic here. Okay, and now let's just display it on your console, and let's say last two. Alright, so now let's save it. Now the popped element has been saved in last one, which is displayed on the web page, and the last element of the array after the pop function has to be displayed on our console. So let's go ahead and execute the file. Alright, so Honda has been displayed. That is the element that has been removed from the array. And now once we check our console, here you go. Here you can see Volvo, which means that is the last element in the array. Moving on, the next method is the push method. Now as the name suggests, it is used to add a new element to the array. And remember, to the end of the array. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here let me say cars dot push. Push is the method that we are using, inside of which we'll say Audi. Alright, and now let's just display the same thing. So let me copy this, and here let me say cars. Okay, so let me save it, and once I execute it, it says BMW, Volvo and Audi. So we've successfully added another element to the end of the array. So the next method is the shift method. Now basically shift is used to remove the first element from the array. Now this method shifts all the elements, reducing the indices of every element by 1. Alright, let me show you how this works. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here let me just say cars dot shift. It's as simple as that, and let's just display this. Let me copy the same thing. Let's save it, and when we execute it, here you can see it just displays Volvo and Audi. So now cars has array elements Volvo and Audi with array indices 0 and 1. Alright, so moving on, the next method is unshift. Alright, so to add an element into the beginning of an array, we use the unshift method. Therefore, this method increases the array index by 1, right? So let's go back to our VS Code and use the same function unshift. So I say cars.unshift, and here we go. Let's save it, and here we have to specify what we're adding, right? Let me say Hyundai. Okay, let's save this, and when we execute it, you can see Hyundai, Volvo and Audi. It's as simple as that. Alright, moving on, the next method is the concat method. Now this is basically used to merge two different arrays, right? So let's go back to our VS Code, and here let's create another array first, and let's just call the array bikes. Okay, and let's create, say, Yamaha, and let's say Suzuki, and then we'll say Royal Enfield. Okay, and now let's save this and say let vehicles, this is another array which is basically the after concatenation, the entire array is saved into this array. Alright, so let's say cars.concat of bikes. We just concat bikes and cars together. Okay, and then let's just display this over the web page. So let me change this to vehicles. Alright, let me save this. So let's go ahead and execute it. There you go. Now both the arrays have been merged together into a single array. So the next array method is the sort method. Now basically sort is used to sort the entire array into ascending order. Alright, so let's go back to our editor, and here let's just use the sort method on the array vehicles. Alright, vehicles.sort. Okay, and let's just display this on our web page. So again, let's go back and execute it, and here you can see it has been sorted. The next method is the reverse method. So the reverse method is again used to reverse the elements in an array. So it's logic, right? So sort was used to sort it in ascending order. Now when you reverse it, it just sorts it in the descending order. So let's go back here. I want to copy the same thing. Alright, and here instead of sort, let me just say reverse. So let's save this and execute it. There we go. It has displayed the entire array in the reverse order. Alright. With that, we finished the array methods. Next up, we have map, reduce and filter. First up, we have array.map. Now the map method is used for creating a new array from an existing one by applying a function to each and every one of the elements in the first array. And it does not change the original array. Alright, so to make you understand this better, let's go back to our Visual Studio Code. And now here, let's first create another array. Okay, so let me call this num1, and let's have integers, let's say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Okay, and now let's have another array, num2. So let's go ahead and say num1 dot map of, let me define a function, say multiply. Okay, So multiply is the function that I'm going to define here. So let's say function multiply of value, okay, and inside this let me say return value into 2. Okay, so what this basically does is that it multiplies each and every element of the array num1 by 2 and saves the new elements into the array num2. Okay, now after this let's go ahead and display the content. So let me copy this and let's display the content in the array num2, right? So let me save it. Let's go back here, execute it. So there we go. Every element has been multiplied by 2 and then displayed again. I hope this was clear for you. Now the next method is the filter method. So the filter method takes each element in an array and applies a conditional statement against it. And if this condition returns true, the element gets pushed onto the output array. But if it returns false, the element does not get pushed. Alright, so let me show it to you. Now, let's go ahead and create another variable, say num3, and here I say num1 dot filter of say comp. Now comp is a function. Let me define the function here. Let me say function comp of value takes a value as a parameter within which I'm going to check if the value is greater than 4. Now it only appends the element into the array num3 if the value is greater than 4. Alright, so now let me just go ahead and change this to num3. Alright, let's save this, and when we go back and execute, here we go. Now the values, so let's go back here, let me check. Now num1 had the values 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, right? So according to this, it has to only display 5, 6 and 7. Do not get confused with num2 here. We've passed num1 here, so it checks for this array, right? So according to the logic, it should display 5, 6 and 7, and it has done so here. Okay. Moving on. The next method is the reduce method. Now the reduce method reduces an array of values down to just one single value. Now to get the output value, it runs a reducer function to each element of that array. Okay, now this method does not reduce the original array again. So let's go back to our VS Code. Now let me create another variable, say num4, and say num1 dot reduce, and let me call it sum. So what we're basically doing is that we're adding all the digits 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 in num1 to a single value, right? That is the sum, and then we're going to be displaying that. So what we're going to do is let's define the function here. Function sum basically is total comma value, right? And then here let's say return total plus the value. Okay, and after this I'm going to display the content. So let's say num4. Okay, let's save it, go back and execute. Here we go. It displays the sum of the entire values in the array. This was pretty simple, right?
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's Job Assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
So what is a JavaScript object? JavaScript is an object-oriented programming language, so everything in Java is an object. A JavaScript object is like a real-world entity having state and behavior, for example, a car. Now we can take a car as an object. It will have its state like color and model. It will also have behaviors like accelerate and brake. JavaScript is template-based and we can create objects without having the need to create a class. Generally, object is accompanied by a class that defines an object's blueprints, but JavaScript doesn't require any class to be defined for objects. Moving on to the next concept, to create a JavaScript object. Now basically there are three different ways of creating a JavaScript object. Alright, so we'll look at them one by one. The first one is to use a literal to create and define a JavaScript object. So let's go to our VS Code editor. Now if you have any doubts regarding the initial setup, then I suggest you go through the previous video, that is JavaScript arrays, to get you started with it. So here I've created a folder called demo objects, and now I'm going to create a file called create_objects.html. Alright, so we'll begin by writing the initial code, that is the head and the body. So I say HTML, within this I create the head tag, and then I create a title tag, and let's say JavaScript objects. Then after the head tag, I'm going to create a body tag. And let's create a heading and say creating JavaScript objects. Okay. And now we create an ID. All of this is explained in the previous video. I really suggest you go through the video beforehand so that you get a clear picture. And then I say ID equals, say demo, and then I'm going to close it. Now the first method that we're going to use to create an object is by using object literals, right? So what we can do is say script within which I declare a variable, say var student. Now within the object we're going to create three different properties. Now this is basically like a dictionary. It has a property, a key, and then a value. Okay, so I say name property, and let's say Chris, and then another property, say age, and say 21, and another property, say studies, and say maybe computer science. Okay, so this is the syntax used to create an object using an object literally. Now after this, what we're going to do is we're going to display this. Right now we want to display the message saying Chris of age 21 studies computer science. So what we can do is say document.getElement by ID, and the ID that we're going to pass is demo, and we say inner HTML equals student.name, which is Chris, after which we display the message of the age, and then the age, that is student.age, studies, student.studies. Okay, let's save this, and when we execute the file, it says Chris of the age 21 studies computer science. Alright, this is one of the ways in which you can define an object. Alright, so moving on to the next way of creating a JavaScript object, it is to use the new keyword. Now this is the most traditional way of creating an object, right? So let's go back to our VS Code. Let's create another script within which we say var student equals new object. I'm sure everybody has learned the same way, the same syntax. So this is one of the ways. After which we can say student.name equals Chris. Again, student.age equals 21, and then student.studies equals computer science. Alright, now after this we again display the message. So let me just copy this. Alright, so let's save this and run our code again. And there we go. It displays the message Chris of the age 21 studies computer science. Alright, this was the second method used to create an object. Alright, so then moving on to the third method. It is to use an object constructor to create and define a JavaScript object. So let's go back to our code editor, and here we define a function. So we say function, say stud, with 3 parameters, that is name, age, and say studies. Okay, and now within the function we use the keyword this. So we say this.name equals name. Alright, and we say this.age equals age. And we say this.studies equals studies. Now what we do is that we can create a variable and pass parameters to the function. So we say var student equals stud, and within braces we say Chris, comma 21, comma computer science. Alright, so we've done passing the parameters. After this, we're going to copy the same print message here. Alright, so let's save this and execute our file. So let's refresh the web page. And there we go. It still displays the message, Chris of the age 21 studies computer science. So this was the third method that can be used to create objects. Moving on to the next topic, object properties. Now a JavaScript object is basically a collection of unordered properties, right? Values associated with the JavaScript object are called its properties. And properties can usually be added, updated, or deleted, excluding read-only properties. So now let's have a look at the demo to help you understand this better. So let me go back to my VS Code. So this was where we left off, and this was how we created objects, right? So now let me create another file, and let me call it objects_properties.html. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the first piece of code here. Alright, let me just copy this into my new file. And here, as you can see, student is the object that we've created, and name, age, and studies are the 3 properties. Now say we want to update the age. Alright, so what we can do is here we can just say student.age equals, let me change it to 24. Alright, and let me save this, and when we execute the file, that was object_properties, you can see Chris of the age 24. So 21 is updated to 24. So this is one of the ways you can do it. Or there's another method. You can just assign the property to a variable and then display the variable instead. So what we can do is we can just assign student.age to a property, say x. And here, instead of displaying student.age, we can just say x. Alright, so let's save this. And when we run it, it says 21 because we haven't updated 21 to 24 anywhere. Alright, so 21 remains the same. So another method we can use is we can just say x equals age. So we're directly assigning the property to the variable. And here, when I'm displaying it, I say student of x. Alright, so let me save this. And when you look at the web page, it still displays the same thing. These are different ways of accessing the properties. You can update them, delete them, unless they're read-only. Alright, so let's move on to the next concept, object methods. Now basically, a JavaScript method is an action that can be performed on the objects. So you'll understand better with the help of the demo. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here I've created another HTML file called objects_methods. Alright, so let me just copy the initial code, paste it here, and let's have the enclosing tags as well. And HTML. Alright, now here I declare another tag, that is the button tag. So we're going to be making this a button here. So I say button ID equals click me. So that is the action that I'm going to be performing. And the message that is going to be displayed on the button will be click me. Alright. So we're going to see the usage of it a little later. Now let's go ahead and create an object. So I say script, within which I create the user object. So we're creating using a object literal here, and I declare the property name as Chris again, and age say 24. Okay, so let's close this. Alright, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new function that we will use as an object method. Alright, so I say function, and let's give the name say hi. Okay. Within the function we basically display a message. So we're going to say alert and hello. Alright, so this is going to be displayed in a separate dialog box. So now once the declaration is done, what we're going to do is we're going to create another property, basically say user dot, let's say message, and assign say hi to it. So basically what we're doing is we're adding the previously created method to a new property that is user.message, the message property. Alright. So now I say document.getElementById and say demo. And the message that I want is just hi plus the username. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to display the message hello, alright, when the user clicks on the button. So for that, let's just copy this. And here, instead of demo, right, we're going to be passing the ID click me as per this. And the event is going to be on click event. So here I say on click, after which I'm going to simply pass user.message. Let me just delete this. Alright, so here I notice that I've given an equal to sign. I'm sorry, it's a colon. Alright, so let's save the file and let's go ahead and execute it. Alright, so here you can see hi Chris being displayed, and once we click on the button, you can see an alert which says hello. Alright. So now let's move on to the next concept, that is Java object accessors. Now getters and setters allow defining an object accessor. Alright, to get the value of a property in a JavaScript object, we use a getter, and to set the value of a property of a JavaScript object, we use a setter. So let's go back to our demo, and now let me create another file, and let's call it object accessors. And now again, let me just copy the first initial part. Alright, so now let's go ahead and create a new object. So let me say script, within which I say var, and let's call it car. Alright, so let me define the properties, say model, and the model is say BMW 320D, and another property say color, and let's say it's navy blue, and the last property say fuel type, and let's say it's diesel. Now what we can do is we can make use of the keyword get to access the properties. So I say get and say fuel, within which I return this dot fuel type. Alright, it's as simple as that. So now let's display it. Document dot get element by ID, demo dot inner HTML equals, we say car dot fuel. Alright, so now let's save it and execute our file. Here you go, it retrieves diesel for us. Now this is one of the ways of accessing the properties. Now to help you understand setter, let's go ahead and create another object. Alright, say var car again. Now let's say the model is Audi A4. Color be bright red. And fuel type, let's keep it blank. Alright. Now to set the value, we use the set keyword. We say set fuel, and the parameter is fuel, within which we say this dot fuel type equals fuel, right? Now let's set the value for the fuel. Say car dot fuel equals petrol. Alright. Now let's display the same. Let me copy this. And what we want to display is the fuel type, right? So here we say fuel type. So let's save this. And let's go ahead and execute the file. And there we go. It retrieves petrol. So what it does is basically it assigns the value petrol to the property fuel type, and then we display the same on our web page. So this is how you make use of getters and setters.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's Job Assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
So basically, a function is a group of reusable code which can be called from anywhere in your program, right? When you have a piece of code that you want to execute repeatedly in your entire program, it makes more sense to define it once and call it over and over, right? It makes the code more efficient and readable. This also helps programmers write modular codes. So this is the syntax. You make use of the function keyword, followed by which you mention the name of the function. The name of the function is completely your choice. Next, you mention the parameter list. And within curly braces, you can define the function. Now the function body is basically the code that is executed every time the function is called. So let's go to our VS Code editor. And here I've created a folder called demo functions, within which I've created an HTML file called functions.html. Alright, and now I've just typed in the initial code. Now let's create a function. So let me say script, within which I use the keyword that is function keyword. And now I give the name for my function. I say my underscore function. And the function takes a parameter, say value. Now this function basically returns the square of the digit, alright? So within which I say document.getElementById. The ID is demo. And now it just displays value into value. Alright, so the function basically displays the square of the number. Now outside the function, let me call the function. It is my function, and let me pass the value 5. Alright, now let's save this and execute it. So let me go back to my file. And here we go. It displays the value 25. So this was a simple function which took a value, a digit as a parameter, and then returned the square. Moving on to the next concept, function expression. Now what we learned previously was function declaration, but a function can also be defined as an expression. Now this is what the syntax looks like. Now here the function is created and assigned to the variable explicitly like any other value. The meaning remains the same. That is, you create the function and store the value that it returns into a variable, and in our case it's x, right? So let's go to our VS Code and let me help you understand this better. So now I create another function and here I say let x equals, let's use a simpler function. So I just mention function and within curly braces I display an alert message and I display a message saying hello. Alright. Now after that, to display the message, what we can do is, let me just copy this, our output code, and we paste it here. And here what we're going to be displaying is the value x, right? Now since it consists of a function, you'll have to type the curly braces. Now this is crucial for its execution. Alright, so let me save this and then execute. Let me execute this. And here you go. It says the site says hello. So we've successfully executed the piece of code. We can also assign this variable x to another variable and then call that variable instead. Right? We can say let y equals x, and instead of calling x here, we can simply call y. Let me save it and then let me refresh the page. And there we go. It still displays the message hello. Alright, so this is one of the ways of defining a function, that is as an expression. Moving on to our next concept, function constructor. Now JavaScript functions are defined using the keyword function, right? Now functions can also be defined using a JavaScript built-in function. Now this is the basic syntax. So here we've created a function called myFunction and we've used the keyword new. After which we've used the constructor function, and inside we provide the parameter list. After that, the return value. Next, you can call the function here, right? So let me just go back to my VS Code. And now let me just make changes to the same piece of code here. I create a function, say my_function. Okay. Alright, let me just change the name to my function. Alright, and then here I use the keyword new and the function constructor, that is function, within which I'm passing all the parameters. So I have a, b, and I'm going to return the sum of the digits. Alright, and now while calling the function, let me just store the value in a variable, say x, and let's call the function, that is my function, with the parameters 2 and 3. Alright, and now let me display it. So I'm just going to copy this, and I want to display the value of x, right? Alright, so let me save this and execute it. If you refresh the page, it displays the sum, that is 5. To make it more readable, let me just display another message here. Let me just say the sum is x. Alright, let me save it and then refresh the page. It says the sum is 5. Alright, now this is how you make use of the function constructor. Next up, we learn about self-invoking functions. Now, as the name suggests, these functions are invoked automatically without being called. Now, previously when we learned about function expressions, we saw that parentheses were crucial. So you have to add parentheses around the function to indicate that it is a function expression. So here is a syntax for you. So what we've done is we've made sure we've enclosed the entire function within parentheses. So let me help you with that. Let's go back to our VS Code and let me create another script. And here, let me create the function within the parentheses and say function. It's not taking any parameters. Instead, it is going to alert a message. So let me say hello, welcome. Alright. After which, we're going to call the function. So again, we have to mention the parentheses. Let's save this and execute. So when we refresh the page, it says hello, welcome. So we never called the function, rather it got invoked by itself. So these are self-invoking functions. Now let's go ahead and look at functions as values. Now in JavaScript, a function is basically a value. So we can deal with it as a value. Now here is a simple syntax. Now if you closely look at the syntax, you might think that this is same as function expressions. Well, no. In this case, what we do is we first define the function and then we assign it to a particular variable. But in the case of expressions, the function definition was defined during the initialization of the variable, right? And also we have to specify the parenthesis in order to call the function. So to help you understand this better, let me go back to our VS Code. And here, let me just erase this. And let's define a function that returns the product of two digits. So let me just call it product, which takes two parameters. Let me say A and B, within which we return the value A into B. Alright. Now after this, let's create another variable, say Y equals function. Oh, I'm sorry, the name of the function is product. So product of 2 and 5. Alright. So this basically returns us 10. Right. So let me just copy this to display this on our web page. And here I change the message to the product. And here let me change it to Y. So let's save this and execute it. So let me refresh the page. And here you go. You can see the message, the product is 10. Now what we can do is we can make alterations to this. Now say I want to multiply the value with 5 again. Right? So basically this returns 10 and that value is multiplied by 5. So let me save this and refresh our page. And there we go. It returns. And there we go. It displays 50. So this is how you can make use of functions as values. Moving on to the next topic, functions as objects. Now JavaScript functions are a special type of objects called function objects. Now a function includes a string which holds the actual code, that is the function body of the function. The code is literally just a string. Although not recommended, you can also create a function with the help of the function constructor. I will show that to you a little later on. But for now, let's look at the syntax. Now here we have a variable called body, which basically consists of the function body. It's enclosed in double quotes, and that's a mistake, please ignore it. Alright, so next we have variable function name. So here we create a function using the keyword new, and then we pass a parameter list, and the body basically tells us what the function returns. Alright, next we have an alert message to call the function. So let me just show how this is executed. Back in our VS Code, let me create another function, and let's say the function returns the area of a circle, right? So let me just create a body variable which returns, so the area of a circle is pi r square, so we make use of math.pi into radius, right? So it's basically pi r square. After which, let's say where circle And here let's create a function using the new keyword function. And then here we pass the value, that is the radius, and then the body, right? So basically this is the definition of our function. So let's use alert to display the area. So we say alert of circle of 5. Alright, so let me save this and execute it. So when you refresh the page, it displays the area of the circle. So this is how you can use functions as objects. Moving on to our next concept, arrow functions. Now functions can be written more compactly and more precisely with the help of arrow functions. Alright, now arrow function expressions are ill-suited as methods and they cannot be used as constructors. Now also while using arrow functions, using const is a safer option because a function expression is always a constant value. So this is the syntax. Now you can only omit the return keyword within the curly braces if the function is a single statement. So this is the syntax. First you provide the name of the function with an equal to sign followed by the argument list. And later you make use of this arrow icon and define the expression. So this is basically nothing but this. So let's go back to our VS Code and check for ourselves. So let's create another function. And here let me say const myfunc equals. Now say we want to display the product of 3 digits. So let me just pass A, B, C as my parameters. And we make use of this icon which indicates that this is an arrow function within which I say return A into B into C. Alright. Now let me just assign this to a variable. Okay, let me say product because we've used X here. And then let me call my function, that is myfunc, and pass the value 2, 3 and say 4. Alright, so let's display the product. So let me just copy this code. And here let me say the product of the 3 digits is. And let me say product here because that is what is being used here, right? Alright, so let me save this and execute it. Alright, first it displays the area of the circle. Alright, and then we say OK. And there we go. It displays the message, the product of the 3 digits is 24. So let me do one thing. Let me just comment this out. Okay. Let me save it and then execute it again. It just displays this. Alright, so this is how we can make use of arrow functions. Moving on, let's look at the generator function. Now regular functions typically return only one value, right? Or a single value, or sometimes even nothing. But a generator function can return multiple values. And the speciality is that it can do it so on demand. Alright, now to create a generator function, we make use of an asterisk. So an asterisk indicates that the function is a generator function. So here you can see that we have a function followed by asterisk and we've created a function called generator sequence. So here you can see we have the asterisk after the keyword function followed by the name of the function, right? But the main method of a generator function is the next method. When this method is called, it basically runs the execution until the nearest yield value, alright, or the nearest yield statement. Then the function execution pauses and the yielded value is returned to the outer code. Alright, so the result of the next method is always an object with two properties. It has the value property, which is basically the yielded value, and then it has the done property, which displays true if the function code is finished or false if it's otherwise. So let me show its execution for a clearer understanding. So let's go back to our VS Code And here let's create the generator function. Let's say function asterisk generate function. Alright. Now within which I make use of the keyword yield, and I say yield 1 first, followed by yield 2, and then finally I make use of return, which indicates the termination, so I say return 3. Alright. Now we make use of a variable, say generator, and assign it to the generator function, that is generate func. And now I create another variable, say 1, which will basically return the value when I call the next function. So here I say generator dot next. Okay, so whatever generator dot next returns, it's stored in 1. So to display the message, I say alert. And now I'm going to make use of a method called JSON.stringify. Alright, so basically this method converts a JavaScript object or a value to a JSON string. Alright, so within which I'm going to say 1. That is this. Alright, so now let me save this and execute it. Let me refresh the page. And there you go. Here it returns two properties, that is value and done. It says value is 1 and done is false, right? It is false because we haven't reached the return statement yet. So what we can do is to display the rest, let me just copy these and display it one by one. See there, let's do this. And here let me say 2. And this is 3. Let me copy this. Okay, here I say 2 and then I say 3. Alright, so let me save this and then execute it. So when I refresh the page, it says 1 and false. After which again it says 2 and false. And finally, when it displays 3, it returns true for the done property. That means we've reached the end of the function definition. So this is how we make use of a generator function. Now let's move on to our last topic, that is predefined functions. Now JavaScript has many built-in functions, alright? Now here are a few of them. We have eval, parseInt, parsefloat, escape and unescape. Now let's go through one by one. Alright, first up is eval. Now this basically evaluates a string and returns a value. Alright, so to help you understand this better, let me go back to our VS Code. And now let me just create another file and let me call it predefined functions.html. Alright, and I've just copied the initial code. Alright, so for eval, the syntax is eval, within which I say expression. Alright, now this is the general syntax. So what this eval does is that it evaluates the expression. And if the result is not a string, the result is just returned. And if the result is a string, it is taken to be a JavaScript program and evaluated. So let me show you how it's done. So first, let's create 3 variables. Alright, let's call them x and initialize it to 5. Then y with 6. And then let z be 7. Alright. Now, let's just display the result on the console. So, let's say console.log eval of, let me say, x plus y. Alright. After which I again say console.log of eval of z. Here, since the expression is a string, this gets evaluated. And here, since it's not a string, it just returns the value z. And here, since it is not a string, it just returns the value of z. So let me save this and then execute it. Alright, so let me just check our console. There you go. It evaluated the expression and added the two values, that is x and y, and returned 11, while z is returned as it is. Alright, this is what eval does. Next up is parseInt. Now, as the name suggests, it parses a string argument and returns an integer of the specified radix or base. And the syntax basically includes the keyword parse and the string within parentheses. Parsefloat, on the other hand, parses a string argument and returns a floating point number. Again, the syntax has the keyword parsefloat along with the string within parentheses. Next up is escape. Now, this returns the hexadecimal encoding of an argument. And on the other hand, unescape returns the ASCII string for the specified value.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in Full Stack Web Development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's job assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
So let's move ahead, and today we will discuss a completely new topic, which is prototypes in JavaScript. So for this video, we are going to use console for printing. That's because it will be easy for you guys to understand the concept of prototypes if we use the console instead of using our normal document.write method. So let me do one thing, guys. We'll print a statement on the console. So we'll write here console.log and we'll print, let's say, welcome to Simplicode. So let's save this, and if we open console here in our browser, we have to go to inspect and then we have to go to console, and here you can see we have welcome to Simplicode written over here. So in the last video, we talked about creating an object with the help of object literal method, right? So let's suppose we are creating an object here with the help of same object literal method. So what we have to do, we have to create an empty object first. So let's say our object name is ABC and we'll use the curly braces here. So what we have to do is we have to pass the properties here. So let's suppose our properties are name and the value of name, let's say Kaushal, followed by a comma, and then we have, let's say, subject. Value of subject will be, let's say, JavaScript, and then finally we have the address. So let's say the value of address is Bangalore, right? This is a basic object we made, right? If we write here console.log ABC, so if we want to print this object on the console, so what we'll do here, we'll write console.log and then we'll use ABC. So let's save this now, and here you can see on the console that we have our object here. So we have our object with all the three properties. We have address as Bangalore, we have name as Kaushal, and subject as JavaScript. So if you guys look here carefully, you will notice that we have one more entity here, that is we have underscore proto. So what is this underscore proto? So alright, we mentioned all the other three properties in our object, but we didn't do anything for this underscore proto. So let's discuss this now. Let's take a scenario wherein someone told us to create a website. Like, let's suppose we have to make a travel website through which people can book their travel destinations. Now, do we have to start creating the website from scratch? No, that's because we have some of the necessary conditions already fulfilled. Like we have Chrome, we already have Bootstrap for styling and all, and we can use Bootstrap to design a website, right? So we have certain things already present and we have to work over them to create our website. Similarly, prototype refers to the destination from where we started to create an object. Like we have methods for arrays, we have objects and strings as well. So all these methods are being inherited from somewhere. So whenever we create an object using the object literal method, then it will start creating the object from the object.prototype. So if we click here on the __ proto, we have access to a list of methods already present within the object.prototype. So, and all of them are predefined. We can use any of them. We didn't define them. They are already present. We defined only these three properties. Like we defined address, name and subject only. In simple words, all JavaScript objects inherits properties and methods from a prototype. Date objects inherit from date.prototype. And similarly, when we use array objects, they inherit from array.prototype. So the object.prototype is on the top of the prototype inheritance chain. So date objects, array objects and person objects, all these objects inherit their properties from object.prototype. So moving on now, let's create another object. So we talked about the object literal method. So here we don't have too much to do. So let's move ahead and we'll create another object. This time we'll create it with the help of a constructor function. So let's create a function here first. Let's say we have a function named as function xyz. So then we have the parameters as name, and then we'll take all these three properties. We'll take name, subject and let's say address. So then we have the body of the function inside which we'll use this keyword. We'll write here this dot name equals to name. Similarly, this dot address equals to address. And finally we have this dot subject equals to subject. So we'll create an instance now. Let's say we are creating an object. Let's say our object name is where x1, and we'll write here new, and then we'll write xyz and we'll pass the values. So let's say the name is Kaushal and we have subject as, let's change the subject, we'll write here Java, and we finally have the address. Let's say the address is Earth. Okay, so the values are different from the previous example we took. What we'll do now, we'll write here console.log and we'll print x1 now. So we are done creating an object, and here we have a constructor function named xyz, and then we have few properties which are the same as we used in the previous example. So then we have an object named x1 which holds the values for all three properties, and lastly we printed the object on the console. So let's save it now, and we can see here in console we have the object with all the properties. There's almost no difference here from the object literal method, right? But when we click here on the proto, here we can encounter the difference now. You can see here we have one more entity here named as the constructor. So this constructor here has its own prototype. So this constructor here has its own prototype. If we use a constructor in a program, it always has its own prototype. This might seem a bit difficult to you guys, but don't worry, it will be apparent to you guys once we move on to the usage and modifications of prototype. So here we are with the two examples. In the first one, we created an object with the help of object literal method. There we saw that it has only a single prototype. That is the object prototype. Later, when we moved on to the constructor function method, we realized that there are two different prototypes present. One is the prototype which is available every time. That is the object.prototype, and the other one is the constructor's own prototype. It might sound a little hard to you guys, but prototype is nothing but it refers to the point from where it all started, from where we have inherited all the properties. So we can make changes to the prototype of our own object. Like if we want to add something to our prototype, we can do it. We have a method for that in JavaScript. We'll do it later in this video. we can't make changes to the object prototype. Remember this thing, guys. I'll suggest you not to edit the object.prototype because it's not a good practice to make changes in that. If we want to edit any prototype, then we have to make sure that we are making changes in our own prototype that we made with the help of constructors. The prototype made by us is also inherited from the object.prototype. If we want to make another prototype here, we can do it. Like if we are going to add utility functions to our program, but at the same time, we don't want to do anything with the properties of our constructor function, we can make another prototype for that. We can create a prototype for separate method. So if we want to add a method in this constructor function, we can do it. We can add it separately with the help of prototypes. So for that, we have to follow a syntax, a particular syntax. We can do it this way, like we have to write here xyz dot prototype, and then we have to write the method name. Let's say we are writing here get name. Fine, we'll write here function, and then we have the body of the function. So let's suppose this method returns the name. So we'll write here return this dot name. So if we try to run this program now, we can see there's no difference from the previous one. But if we check the prototypes now, so here you can see we have another prototype named as get name. So this is how we can edit the prototype of our object. Now if we try to access this get name method with the help of x1 object, so we can do it. So let's try to do it on console. We'll write here x1 dot get name, and see, here we have the output as caution. Similarly, let's create one more prototype here to remove any sort of confusion. So what we'll do, we'll create another prototype. So let's say we are creating a prototype for address now. So what we'll do, we'll write here xyz dot prototype dot get address. So it will be a method. So we'll write here function. We don't have to pass any parameters here. So let's suppose it returns the value of address. So we'll write here this dot address, and we are good to go. So let's save it now. And if we go to underscore proto, we can see we have one more prototype here named as get address. So what we have to do now is we'll make another object. Let's say we are copying this from here. We'll paste it here. So let's change the values. Let's say we write here Mars, and then we have, let's change the subject basically because we are looking for the subject. So let's change this value as well. Let's say we have here simply code, and we'll change the name of the object. Let's say we have x2 now. Save it, and if we write here x2 dot, let's say get name. So here you can see the output as simply code. Similarly, if we write here instead of get name, we write here get address. So here you can see the output as Mars because the value we passed while creating the object is Mars here. So we can access this value directly using the prototype method. So if we use the object constructor function, if you guys remember, we cannot add a new property to an existing object. For example, if we try to add a property here, let's say if we try to add a property to this existing function, what we can write here is xyz dot grades. Let's say the grade is A. So if we save this now, here you can see there's nothing changed here. So we don't have any change in the prototypes, or we don't have any changes in the properties as well. So we simply can't add a property to an existing function like this, but we have a method for this also. So to add a new property to a constructor, we must add it to the constructor function, or we can use the prototype property here as well. So the JavaScript prototype property allows us to add new properties to a object constructor. Just like we added the methods to our constructor function previously, similarly we can add properties as well. So we have to write here, so we'll remove this line. We have to write here xyz dot prototype and then we have to write the property name here. Let's say we are writing here grades, and then we'll pass the value. Let's say the grade is A. So if we save this now, and if we go back here and if we check the underscore proto, so here you can see we have a property here named as grades and the value is A. So if we try to print x1.grade in our console, so the output will be A. So let's try to do it here. We'll write here x2.grades, and here you can see the value is A here. So we can add a property to an existing constructor function with the help of prototype methods. So this is the basic usage of prototypes in JavaScript. We can use prototypes to add a property or a method to an already existing constructor function.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's job assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
The first one will be the one wherein we'll recreate Flappy Birds using JavaScript. Now many of you guys must have heard about this game already. If not, we have to take a bird through a space between two walls in this particular game. So let me just take you through the game once, and here we are. So this is our game. You can see we have a bird over here, and we have to take this bird through this yellow hole present in between the blue color, right? The yellow holes are random, and if the bird strikes the blue wall or maybe at the bottom of the screen, then the game will over. Fine. So I hope you guys understood what we have to do in this particular game. Now we have to press a key from the keyboard to make the bird jump repeatedly, and we have to make the bird jump so that the bird will go through the hole between the walls without touching the boundaries of the wall. So I hope you guys must have understood the task here. Now let's try to recreate this game again from scratch, and we'll do everything by ourselves. We'll go through the HTML part, we'll go through the JavaScript, and we'll go through the CSS as well. Both HTML and CSS will play a vital role in making this game, along with the JavaScript part obviously. So let's start with the code. We'll go back to VS Code, and here you can see we have a HTML file named flappybird.html. So we'll change the title of this as well. We'll write here, instead of document, we'll write here Flappy Bird. Fine, save it. Now, first of all, we'll take a container for the game to run. So as you can see here, we have a container over here. Fine. So this is our container. Now we have to create this whole container. Now, what we'll do for that is we'll go to the body tag and we'll write here div ID is, let's say, game, and we'll close this div. Now inside this particular div, we'll create 3 more div tags. So we'll write here div ID is equals to block, or we can write here pipe as well for the wall, or for the pipe we can say. The next we'll write here div ID is equals to hole, that is for the hole, and the last one is for the bird. Fine. So we'll write here div ID is equals to bird. We'll close this div, and a fundamental task is done here. Now we have a container for the game. We'll put the game inside one single container. The next thing we need in a game is a block which we'll use to create the walls in the game, followed by the hole in the block for the bird to go through it, right? And the last thing is the bird itself. So we'll add an image here for the bird. So let's do some styling for all this that we have written over here. So what we'll do is we'll move to a CSS file. So this is a CSS file, and we'll write here for the whole document the margin will be 0 by default. Okay, so we'll write here 0, and the padding will be 0 as well. Fine, we are good to go. That's a common thing. The margin and the padding will remain 0 for the whole HTML document. The next thing is to create the background of whole document. So we'll do something creative here, something different from what we did till now. So what we'll do is we'll create the background with two different colors. Now you might be thinking of what these two different colors are. So what we'll do is we'll write here body, and then we'll write here background color. We'll take any background color. Let's say we are taking cadet blue. Fine. Now save it. Save this part as well and open this on live server. So here you can see we have a background. We have the background of a HTML document as cadet blue color. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use two different colors over this background, right? So we'll write here background image, and we'll write here WebKit linear gradient, and we'll write here RGB 175,75,75. Then we'll write here RGB. So these are three particular colors. We'll write here 31, 31, 31, and the last one will be RGB 59, 153, 148. Fine. So here we are, and the next thing we'll do is we'll write here min height will be 800 pixels. Now save it, and you can see here we have three different colors over here. We'll go to our CSS file, and you can see this WebKit linear gradient over here is unknown to us, right? So CSS gradients let us display smooth transitions between two or more specified colors. So we can do it radially or linearly. Now let's see the difference, and you can spot the difference here in the output. We have three different colors over here. We have red, black, and a little bit of gray in between, right? So let's move on to the first container, and we'll create the game area now. Now what we have to do is we have to create the game area. So what we'll do is we'll access the div tag with ID as game, and let's start working on this div tag and we'll understand it much better. So we'll write here game, and we'll write here next up height of this container will be, let's say, 500 pixels. Width is, let's say, 400 pixels. So guys, remember this height and width, we'll need them later. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here border, and the border will be 1 pixel solid black in color. Fine. And we'll add a background image as well. We'll write here background image, or we'll write here background only. We'll write a URL, and inside this we'll write fine. Save it now, and you can see here we have a container over here. Now it's not working. It says there's no such image present in a folder. So what we'll do is we'll check it from here. Here we are. We have bg2 over here, not bg1. So we'll write here bg2.jpg. Save it now and move back to the browser, and here you can see we have an image over here. So it's not quite visible till now. So what we'll do is we'll write here background size as cover. Fine, save it now. And here you can see we have an image over here. Now the image looks fine. The next thing we'll do is we'll write margin, and we'll write here margin, and the margin will be 1 rem and auto. Fine, save it now. You can see we have the block in between. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use the overflow property here, and it will not show the bird going out of the box. So we'll see it in a moment what this overflow property will do. So what we'll do is we'll write here overflow is equals to hidden. Save it now. You can see it's not making any difference as of now, but we'll understand it later. Now we have a box over here on the browser, and the game will be played inside this particular box. Now we have to work on the div for the block. So we have to create a block, and that block will move again and again through the screen with holes present at a random place every time. Fine, I hope you guys got it. So let's style the block now. What we'll do is we'll go to a CSS file and we'll write here hash block. Fine, so this is the ID for the block. Now inside this we'll use width as 50 pixels. Then we have height. So the height will be 500 pixels, equal to the height of the whole container. The next thing we'll write here is background color, and the background color will be, let's say, blue. Fine. We'll write here position as relative, and then we'll write here left 400 pixels. Fine. Now we know that after saving this piece of code, the block will not be visible anymore. So why is it not visible? It's a question, right? It arises in every person's mind. Save it, and here you can see the block is yet not visible. Now what we have to do is we have to set the left property as 200. Let's try to do it 200 once. So what we'll do is we'll write here 200 pixels. Save it now. And here you can see we have a block over our screen. Now the value of left property as 200 means the block is present to 200 pixels from the rightmost corner of the container. If we write here 400 and save it, you can see we don't have any block here. It means that the block is present right after this entire container. The block starts here and goes till here. It's a 50 pixels wide block, and it's not visible because we have set the left property as 400. So now the next thing we have to do is we need some animation over this box, right? Or we can say we need some animation over this block, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here animation, and we'll write here block. We have to perform it on a block, and the animation time will be 2 seconds. We'll write here linear, and it will go till infinite. Fine. Now this animation property will help us in moving the box again and again after every 2 seconds. And the moving points we have to define here. So for that, what we have to do is we have to write here @keyframes. After this we'll write here block, and inside this we'll write 0%. Left will be 400 pixels, and at 100% animation, what we'll do is we'll set the left property as -50 pixels. Fine. Now you guys might be wondering what we are doing here, but this keyframe here is a rule that specifies the animation code, and it will help the block move again and again from 400 pixel in the right to -50 pixels in the left. Fine, save it, and we'll go to the browser. you can see the box is moving again and again after every 2 seconds or 2 milliseconds. Now the next thing we have to do is with the hole in the block. So we have to put a hole here in the block, and for that we have to access another div with ID as hole. Fine. So we'll move to a CSS file and we'll access that particular element with ID as hole. So we'll write here hash hole, and inside this we'll write height of the hole will be 150 pixels less than that of the block. Width will be 50 pixels, same as the block. And then we'll write here background color. Fine, so let's say the background color is yellow. This is for practical purpose. You can change it by yourself. The next thing we'll write here is position. Position will be relative. Left will be 400 pixels and top will be minus 500 pixels. Fine. Then we'll write here animation. Again we'll write here block. We'll write here 2 seconds. We'll write here linear, and we'll write here infinite. Fine. Now this hole will also go with the same animations as the block. Save it and open the browser, and here you can see the hole is not properly over the block. They are both at different locations. So we can try to refresh this code, and here you can see the hole is now present at the top of the block. So here is the hole. This yellow part represents the hole for this particular game. Now it is working totally fine. And this is an empty space. To make this hole randomly come anywhere in the block, we have to do some magic with JavaScript for that. So we'll do it later in this video. Now if the hole is not placed over the block in your code, don't worry, just refresh the code, or we can say just refresh the home page. It will be fine, or if not, it will get fine once we go through the JavaScript part. That's not a major deal. So let's move on to the bird now. What we'll do is we'll add an image to our HTML file for the bird. So we'll write here inside the HTML file, we'll write here where the ID is bird, we'll write here img. Okay, we'll write here src is equals to bird 1.png. So let me check if this file exists in our system or not. So here we have bird.png, not bird1.png. Save it, and what we'll do is we'll write here alt as bird. We'll close this img tag, save it, open the browser, and you can see the bird is not visible as of now. To make this image visible, we have to work on the styling. So we'll access this image with the ID bird. What we'll do is we'll go to the CSS file again, and we'll write here hash bird. The next thing we'll write here is position. So position will be fixed, and top of bird will be 100 pixels. Then we have height as 50 pixels, and width will also be 50 pixels. Fine. We'll do the same for image tag as well. So we'll write here bird img, and inside this we'll write height as 50 pixels, and we'll write here width, fine, as 50 pixels. Fine. Now save it, and if we open the browser now, you can see we have a bird in our game now. We are halfway done in making our game, and we haven't used any JavaScript until now, right? That's quite funny. So we'll use JavaScript now let's move on to the JavaScript part. We'll go to the JavaScript file first. Now, first of all, we'll access every element of a JavaScript file that we can access. So we'll use the getElementById method to access every element of a HTML file. What we'll do is we'll write here where whole. So whole is the ID of whole present in the block. So we can access that div tag here. We'll write here document dot getElementById and we'll write here whole. Fine. The next thing is we'll write here where game is equal to document dot getElementById. The ID will be game. Fine. So for now we need to access these two elements only. We'll add some more elements later and then we'll access them. So for now let's focus on these two only. Next up, we need the whole to be placed in random places in the block every time. For that we need an event listener. So we'll create a function that will change the location of this whole every time. It will change the location on every iteration of the block. Fine. So we'll write here whole dot add event listener and we'll write here animation iteration. So this is a event listener and we'll write here a function name. So let's say we are writing here ran whole. Fine. So this is our function. It's random whole. So we'll write here ran whole. Now we'll declare this function as well. We'll write here function ran whole and inside of this function we'll take a variable random, let's say. So this is a variable. We'll write here minus math.random. So this is a function and we'll multiply this value by 350. So this means that it will take any random value between 0 and 350. Fine. And then what we'll do is we'll add 150 to that particular value and the whole value will be changed to minus. We'll see it in a moment why we are doing so. So the next thing we'll write here is whole dot style dot left. Now whole dot style dot top is equals to random plus pixels. Fine. I hope you guys got it till now. So this math.random function will pick any random value between 0 to 350 and 150 will be added to that particular value because we don't want the value to go down as low as 10 and the whole will go out of the container's borders. So the initial value of the whole was, let's check it out. So here we are in a CSS file. So you can see the initial value of whole was minus 500 pixels for top. Fine. So the new value will be random plus pixels. The value was 500 because we wanted the whole at the top of the block, and now it will take any random value and the whole will be placed according to that particular random value. So let's save it, open the browser, and here you can see the whole is moving randomly now. You can see it was initially present at the top, now it is at the bottom here. So it will change the location randomly according to the random number picked up by the math.random function. So let's get back to the JavaScript part. Now, before we move on to the fall and game over function, let's discuss the game over scenario first, and we'll finish out all the necessary HTML and CSS tasks for the game over. So the game will be over when the bird strikes the pole or either the bird falls down to the ground. On game over, the score will be shown on the screen with a restart button, right? So the score will be counted on the basis of blocks passed by the birds. Now the number of blocks passed will be the final score. So we'll take a variable score and increase the value of this score variable with each random block coming through. So we'll take a variable score and we'll write here where score is equals to 0, the initial value will be 0. So let's do the HTML part, wherein we'll use a div tag to print the result on the screen. What we'll do is we'll go to the HTML file, and here what we'll do is we'll write here after this particular div tag, we'll write div id is equals to result, and here we have another div tag present over here. Now inside this div tag we'll use a h1 tag and we'll write here game over. Fine. Next thing we'll do here is we'll use p tag with id as, let's say, text. Fine. We'll close the p tag here, or the paragraph tag we can say. Now we need a button. So we'll write here button id is equals to btn. We'll write here on click is equals to location dot reload, and we'll write here restart. Fine. Now the HTML part is done. The paragraph tag with id as text will be used to print the score on the scoreboard. Now this location.reload method is used to reload the whole web page. On clicking the start button, the entire page will be reloaded and the game will start again. Fine. We'll use CSS to style all of this game over part. So we'll go to the CSS file, and here's the CSS file. Now we'll write here hash result. We are accessing the div tag with id as a result. So the height will be, let's say, 200 pixels for result, and the width is, let's say, 500 pixels. Fine. So if I show you once again, so here is the block for game over scenario. So the height is 200 pixels and the width is 500 pixels. Basically we need to create a card, right? Or we can say a rectangle. So we'll move back to the CSS file and we'll write here background color is, let's say, brown. Margin will be 5 rem auto. So margin top will be 5 rem, and then it will do it automatically. Then we'll write here border. So border will be 2 pixels solid and the color will be white. Fine. We'll write here border radius. So the border radius will be, let's say, 20 pixels. We want rounded borders, and the display will be none. Fine. The last thing we'll do is we'll write here text align as center. It will align the text in the center, and the next thing we are left with is the button. Fine. So we'll write here hash btn, because the id of button element is btn. So we'll write here padding 0.5 rem and 1 rem. Fine. The border will be none because we don't need any border for this button. We of course want the button to be round from the corners, so we'll write here border radius is 11 pixels. Background color is green. Color is white. Font size is 1.5 rem. We'll write here text transform uppercase. We'll write here margin top 1 rem. So guys, you can see we are using this RAM again and again. So I might wonder that if any one of you knows the exact definition of this word RAM. If yes, then do let us know in the comments below, and let's see how many of you guys know the actual definition of this term. So the last thing we'll do is we'll write here cursor is equals to pointer, and we are good to go. Fine. The next thing is we'll write here hash text, margin top will be 1 RAM, and font size will be 2 RAM. Fine. We'll do one more thing. We'll write here color is seashell. So this will be the color of our text. So we are now totally done with the HTML and CSS part. The only thing remaining now is the JavaScript part, and we have to work on that only. So just a few more if else statements and all, and we are done with the game. Now moving back to the JavaScript part, but before we go there, let me just show you how this works. Save it and go to the browser. So this is our game, and you can't see any game over scenario here, right? So for that, what we have to do is we have to go here in result, and we have to comment this particular statement. Fine. Display as none, we have to comment out this statement. Save it now, and it's not working now as well. Okay, here's a mistake in this div tag. What we did wrong here is, so this was our mistake. Save it now, and now here you can see we have a card for game over here, and if you click on this restart button, you can see the page is reloading again and again. So it's working totally fine. We'll move back to the CSS file and we'll remove this. Fine. Save it now, and let's go back to the JavaScript part. Now we'll access two more HTML elements that we just created. So what we'll do is we'll write here where result is equals document dot get element by ID, and the ID is a result. Fine. And then finally we'll write here where text is equals to document dot get element by ID, and the ID is text. Fine. So the next thing we'll do is we'll write here where jumping is equals to 0. We'll take another variable for the bird to jump. Now we'll need all these elements further in the video. Now we have to create functions for falling, and we have to mention the conditions for game over as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this ranhole function, we'll write here where fall is equals to set interval. We'll set an interval. So we'll write here function, and then we have the body of this function. So the next thing we'll do is we'll write here where bird top is equals to %. We'll write here window dot get computed style, and we'll pass bird here. Then we'll write here dot get property value, and the property value will be top. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here if jumping is equals to 0, the body of if statement will write here bird dot style dot top is equals to bird top plus 2. After this we'll make them in pixels. Fine. Now we have to mention the time in milliseconds here, so we'll write here 10, and we are good to go. So here in this function, we are using the top value provided to the bird. So we have used these two functions, window.getComputedStyle and getPropertyValue, to get the elements style property with ID as bird, and the top value we need will be passed to the following function. The value of jumping is 0. So the style.top will be set to bird top plus 2 pixels. Now the initial value was 100 pixels from the top, and 2 pixels will be added to the value after every 10 milliseconds now. Save it. And here you can see a bird will fall eventually. Fine. So what's happening here is 2 pixels will be added to this value of top after every 10 milliseconds now. Fine. Now we have to define those conditions here, wherein we'll check if the bird touches the ground, then game over. For that, we have to write inside the same function only. So we'll move back to a function and we'll write inside this particular function only. We'll write here where block left will take the left value of block, and we'll write here %window dot get computed style. So we need the computed style for block now, and we'll write here dot get property value. Fine. So we'll write here left because we need the left value, and the value will be stored inside block left, and then we have where whole top. Fine. We'll write here %window dot get computed style. We'll write here whole, and then we'll write here get property value, and we'll write here top. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here where htop. So this is another variable. So the value of htop will be 500 plus whole top. So any value returned to the whole top variable will be added to 500, and that value will be assigned to htop variable. Fine. Now we have to write here conditions. So the conditions will be if bird top is greater than 450 or block left. So we have made a mistake here. We have to put one more bracket over here, and then we'll write here block left is less than 50, and then we'll write here block left greater than -50. Then we have bird top is less than htop, or bird top is greater than htop plus 100. Fine. I'll explain it to you in a moment. Now what we have to do is we have to write here result dot style dot display. We have to change this style to block now, which was none till now. So then we'll write here text dot inner text is equals to your final score is colon, we'll use here $, and then we'll print the score here. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here game dot style dot display is equals to none, which was block until now. Now the last thing we have to do is we have to change the value of score to 0 again, so that the game will restart from 0. Now let me explain this to you guys. So we have to write here bird top first, not bird yop. So now if bird top is greater than 450 means that the bird is touching the ground or we can say the bottom part of the container. Now you can get all these values correct by going through the inspect elements, and I hope you guys already know how to use it in JavaScript to get the exact values in pixels. So I want you guys to check it, to cross check it once if it's fine or not. Now, if the block left is less than 50 and greater than -50 means if the bird is colliding with the block or not, and the bird top is less than edge top means the bird is hitting with the top of the block or the bottom of the hole, we can say. The last one is for the bird to collide from the upper part of the block. Now, in all these cases, the result box will appear and the style of the result box will be blocked. The paragraph tag with ID as text will show the score here, and the game.style will change to none. Now the game will disappear and the game over scenario will come forward. Now score will be again 0, as if the user wants to restart the game, then he can restart it from 0 again. So save it once and let's see if it's working or not. Save it and go to the browser, close it. Okay, you can see it's working totally fine, but it says your final score is $score. So we have made a mistake over here. Now what we'll do is we'll go back here and we'll check what's wrong here. Fine. Okay, the mistake here is of single inverted comma. Instead of single inverted comma, we have to put this sign over here. Now save it, go back to the browser, restart the game, and you can see it's working totally fine. It says your final score is 0. Restart it again, and here you can see it's working totally fine. Now we are left with only one thing, and that thing is quite easy. So what we have to do now is we have to make the bird jump on button press. So we have to create one last function for this event. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this window dot add event listener. We'll add an event key down, and then we'll write here hop. So hop will be a function. Hop is basically a synonym for jump as well. So we'll define this hop function now. We'll write here function hop, and then we have the body of this function. So jumping will set to 1 on calling this function, and we'll write here where bird top is equals to %. We'll again write here window dot get computed style, and the style will get from bird, and the property we want is top. Fine. Now we'll write here if bird top is greater than 6, then we'll write here bird dot style dot top minus 60. Fine. Okay, so we'll write here is equals to bird top minus 60. So we'll put all this inside a bracket and we'll convert it to pixels. So for that we have to write here pixels inside double inverted comma. Fine. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here set timeout, and we have to create an anonymous function over here. So we'll write here function, and we'll again set the value of jumping to 0 after every 100 milliseconds. Fine. So every time a key is pressed, the hop function will be called and the value of jumping will change to 1. It will again take the bird top value and check if the value of bird top is greater than 6, and if yes, then subtract 60 from it and save it inside the top of the bird. Then again the bird will try to go down after every 100 milliseconds, but the bird will also go up by 60 pixels on each button press. Right, now save it and our game is ready. So we are done with creating the game. Now what we'll do is we'll go to the browser and we'll restart the game. So here you can see our bird is jumping and we can take the bird from the holes. So here you can see we have a bird and it's working fine. So we have to take the bird through these holes. So here you can see it says your final score is 0 every time. Fine. So let's check out for this ones. Okay, so we have forgot to mention here score plus plus. Now save it. Go back to the browser. Now we'll play this game again once. So we have to take this bird through these gaps in between the blocks. See how long it goes. So here you can see it says your final score is 5 and then again the value of score is set to 0 after some time. That's because if the person want to restart the game, then the value of score will be 0 for that restart. Now here you guys just saw me playing this exciting game and I want you guys to try it. It's fun and you'll enjoy the game more after creating it by yourself. So we are done with our first JavaScript game.
If you want to master the field of web development, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you'll learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs and MVC. Now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full stack web developer. So what else can you expect from this course? This program includes Caltech CTME postgraduate certificate. You'll attend masterclasses from Caltech CTME instructors. Simplilearn's Job Assist will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you want to become a successful web developer, then this course by Caltech CTME is the right choice for you.
Today we'll create a car game in which we have to save a car from obstacles coming towards our vehicle. I don't know the exact name for this game, but let me give you an overview of this game real quick. So here's the game you can see over the screen wherein we have a red car on the road and we have to protect this car by moving to the left or right. All we have to do is to protect this red car from collision with the blue one. Now, I know the graphics for these games are not too much appealing, but if you want to make a high-end graphics game, then JavaScript is not the only language you can use. We have to use many different JS libraries and maybe several other programming languages along with JavaScript to achieve this task. So let's focus on these small games for now and we'll go ahead step by step. Now, in this particular game, if you see here, we have three images. One is of red car, the other one is of blue car and a road behind them, right? So let's move on to the programming part directly. And most of the parts will remain the same like that of Flappy Birds. Let's move on to VS Code. So here is a game. This is the HTML file and then we have a CSS file and a JavaScript file for this game. Now, what we'll do first is we'll create a div tag. We have to protect a block, right? We have to move the container either to the left or to the right. So for that we have to create div tags. So first of all we'll write here div. We'll take this particular div tag for the game and we'll write here another div with id as game. Fine. Now we have two div tags over here. Now what we'll do first is we'll add images for red car and for blue car. Right, so what we'll do is we'll take two div tags and we'll write here id as blue car for the blue car and then we'll write here img src. The source will be blue.png. So we have a file named blue.png which is actually an image, and what we'll do is we'll write here alt. So the alternate will be blue car. Fine. We'll copy this piece of code and we'll do the same for red vehicle as well. So instead of blue car, we'll name the id as red car. The image source we have in a computer is red.png, and alternate will be red car. Fine. Now we have added the two cars to our div tag, or we can say to a HTML file. Save it, go to the browser. So this is our document. You can see here we have a blue car and we have a red car. You can see we have both images over here, but the size is different. The blue car looks big and the red one is pretty small, right? Not to worry, we'll figure it out in the CSS part. So let's do the rest of the HTML part here. What we'll do is we'll move to our HTML file again. And now one thing you might have noticed in the game here is on collision, we are getting a card for game over. So we have to create this div tag as well. So let's finish the HTML part first. What we'll do is we'll write here div again. And this time the ID will be result. So we are preparing for the game over part, right? Now what we'll do is we'll write here h1 heading. So inside h1 we'll write game over. So let me show you why we are doing this. So if you can see here on collision we have game over, right? So game over we have to write here. Now what we'll do is we'll write here game over like this. The next thing we need is the score. So what we'll do is we'll write here p. So we'll use the paragraph tag. The ID will be score, and the score we'll do in JavaScript part. Now what we have to do is we have to add the restart button as well. So for that we'll write here button ID is equals to, let's say, btn, and we'll use the on click event. So on click we'll write here location dot reload. We'll call this function. So this is a built-in function in JavaScript. What this function will do is it will refresh the whole page. Fine, the game will start again. So we have added another div tag for the score here. We have a heading game over and a paragraph with ID as score, and then we have a button to reload the web page. Now let's style these elements and make them look like a game. So what we'll do is we'll move to the CSS file. Now here's a CSS file. We'll first write here some code for the whole HTML document. So for inside this we'll define margin, and the default margin will be 0. Similarly we'll define padding as well. So the default padding will also be 0. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write here some code for the body. Fine. Here what we'll do is we'll use two colors at a specific angle of 45 degrees. We have already been through the WebKit linear gradient property in the previous game, which is Flappy Bird. So what we'll do is we'll write here, let's take a background color. Let's say the background color is this kind of sky blue. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll take a background image, and inside this we'll write WebKit linear gradient. We have already been through this in the previous game. So we'll write here 45 degree. This is the angle, and then we'll define two colors here. So our two colors will be gray, and the next one will also be gray but a little bit different from this one. So we'll write here 45%. It will take 45% of the screen, and then we'll write here hash. So this is the code for dark gray color, and it will take the rest 55% of the screen. Fine, save it for now. Go to the web browser. So you can see here we have two different colors present over here in a web browser. The colors are divided at an angle of 45 degree. What we can do here is we can write here 50-50 instead for both the colors. Save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see, you can clearly spot the difference here. So here you can see these two colors are different now. We'll leave it here. You can do this thing as you wish. So moving ahead, we'll write here min height will be 800 pixels. Fine, save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see we have a background color set for this particular web page. Now, so after the body tag, we'll do some styling for the game container. So here you can see we have the ID as game for the first div tag. So what we'll do is we'll write here game. We'll We'll write some properties here. We'll write here height. So the height will be 500 pixels. Then we'll write here width. The width of the box is, let's say, 300 pixels. And the border will also define. So the border will be black, and the border will be 1 pixel thick, solid, and black in color. Fine. Save it. You can see over here. So we can't see anything for now. So let's style this first completely. What we'll do is we'll write here margin. So the margin will be 1 rem auto. Now right here we'll write background image. So the background image is the one we already have in a folder. The name for that image is road1.png. Now we'll write here background size. So we'll write here contain to fit this image inside the container, and we'll write here overflow as hidden. Fine. Save it. Move to the browser, and here you can see now we have a div tag present over here. We have a container over here, and we have the blue image only for now. Now what we'll do next is we'll style these images as well. So first we'll do the same for blue car. We'll write here blue car, and inside this we'll write height as 100 pixels, width will be 130 pixels. So there's a specific reason behind writing this 130 pixel. We'll understand it later. Now the background color for this car will be, let's say, blue for the blue one, and we'll write here position. So the position will be relative. Next up we'll write here top. Top will be 0 pixels. So remember the value for these properties. We'll need them later in the JavaScript part. Now what we'll do next is we'll write here left as 0 pixels. Now next up we'll write here text align as center, and animation. So this animation we have already been through it. Now what we'll do is we'll write here move. After 1 second the animation should be linear and it should be infinite. Fine. Now this animation we have to define, but before that we'll write here blue car img. So here what we'll do is we'll define the height of image. We'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. Now save this, go to the browser, and here you can see we have a blue car present at the top left corner of a container. Now what we'll do is we'll define the animation for this particular div tag, right? So here is a car present at the top left corner. So what we'll do is we'll move this box to the middle of the screen. So we have already done it, I guess, but there is some mistake. So here you can see we have given space between 1 rem. Save it now. And here you can see we have a box present at the center of a screen. Now we are good to go. Next up we'll define the animation. So we'll write here @keyframe, and instead of identifier, the identifier we have here is move. Fine. So inside this we'll write here 0%. At 0% the top will be 0. Fine. 0 pixels. And at 100% the top will be 501 pixels. Fine. Now one thing to notice here is the total height of the container is 500 pixels and the animation will go till 501 pixels. Save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see the car is still not moving. So we have made a mistake here. So here's a mistake. We have to write here move only. Save it now. And here you can see the animation is going swiftly now. So the car starts from 0 pixel and goes till 501 pixel. So it will happen infinitely because we have used here infinite inside the animation property. What we'll do next is we'll do the same for red car as well. Fine. So here you can see we have a red car. The ID is red car for this. So what we'll do is we'll write here hash red car and we'll start styling this red car as well. The height will remain the same. The height will be 100 pixels, and then we have the width. The width will be 130 pixels for this car as well. The background color will be red because the car color is also red. Position will be relative for this as well. The top will be 250 pixels, let's say, and the left will be 130 pixels. Fine. Now what we are doing here is we are taking the left as 130 pixels. Why so? Because what we want is we want the car to be present at 130 pixels away from the left corner of the box. So that's why we have written 130 pixels over here inside the left property. Now the next thing we'll write here is text align, and text align will be center. Fine. We'll do the same thing for red car as well here. We'll write here red car img. We have to write here hash as well. Now inside this we'll define the height of this image. We'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. Save it now. Go to the browser, and here you can see we have a red and blue car over here. Now the box seems to be a little bit less wide for these two cars. So what we'll do is we'll write the width here as 390 pixels so that it will be divided equally in 3 parts. Save it now. And here you can see now this box looks totally fine. We have a red car present in the center. We can move it to the left and to the right. So we are done with styling these 3 images. Next up, we have to style the result part as well, right? So here you can see in this particular game, we have a card over here with a different background. The game over color is white and this color is gray, I guess. The button color is black and the restart color is sky blue. Fine. So we have to keep all these things in mind. We have to style this box as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here result, and inside this we'll write height. Height will be 200 pixels for this box. Then we'll write here width, and width will be 400 pixels. So we want a rectangle for this. Next up we'll write here background color. So let's define the RGB value. The RGB value for this particular color is 231, 105, 105. That's because we want to make the exact same game. So that's why we are using the RGB values here. Save it now. Move to the browser. And here you can see we have the game over card over here. And the game over color is black and the card color is pinkish, we can say. Now we'll move to a CSS file. We'll write here margin, and the margin will be 1 rem auto. Next up we'll write here border radius. So we want the box to be a little bit round from the edges. So for that we'll write here border radius as 20 pixels. And then we have font size as 30 pixels for game over. Then we'll write here text align. We want to align the text at the center of this box. Game over color will be white. Fine. So we'll write here white, and we are done with it. Save it. And here you can see we have a box over here. We have a game over card over here. Now what we want is we want to hide this thing, right? So for that we have to write here display as none. Save it now. And you can see we don't have this game over box over here anymore. Now moving back to our CSS file, what we'll do is we'll remove this particular statement for now. Save it, and here's our box again. We'll add this property later. So for now what we'll do is we'll write here score. Now what we have to do is we have to write here font size as 2.2 rem. I hope you guys must have searched for the rem keyword. Now we'll discuss this keyword again in the next video. So for now we'll write here color, and the color will be let's say take any color of your choice. So we'll write here gray, or we can say let's take goldenrod. I don't know which color is it, but let's take it once, save it. And you are not getting anything over here because we haven't defined it yet, so we'll see it later. Now the last thing we have to do here is with the button, right? So we'll use the button ID for that. We'll write here btn, and inside this we'll write padding. So padding will be 0.5 rem and 1 rem for left. Now we'll write here border radius for this button is 20 pixels because the button is a little bit round at the corners. Next up we'll write here border is none. We don't need any border for this particular button. Then we'll write here background color is, let's say, black. We'll write here the color is, which color we should take, let's take this one. Now we'll write here margin top, so let's say the margin top will be 10 pixels. Next up we'll write here cursor, so cursor will be pointer. Fine, cursor will change to pointer on taking it over the restart button. We'll write here text transform, we want to transform this text to uppercase. Fine, save it now, move back to the browser, and here you can see we have a game over here, but this tag is not working for now. So let's see what's wrong here. Okay, so we have to write here restart, save it now, and here you can see we have a button over here, we have a restart button over here. The button looks a little bit small. So what we have to do is we have to do some styling change here. We'll take, let's say, the font size. So we'll write here font size is, let's say, 25 pixels. Save it now. And here you can see the button is quite right now. So we are done with it. What we'll do is we'll add the display property here. We'll write here display none, save it, and the box is gone. Fine. Now we are done with the CSS part as well. Now we have to make this game responsive only. That will do with the help of JavaScript. So let's move on to the JavaScript file first. Here's a JavaScript file. Now we'll access all the HTML elements here in the JavaScript file because we need them. So what we'll do is we'll write here where blue car is equals to document dot get element by id. So the id for blue car is blue car. We'll write here where red car document dot get element by id. So the id is red car for the red one. Next up we'll write here where a result, we'll get result as well. We'll write here document dot get element by id, and inside this we'll write a result. Fine, we are accessing all the elements with the help of get element by id method. Now what we'll do is we'll write here where score. So the score will write here document dot get element by id, and again we'll write here score. Then we'll write here where game document dot get element by id. The id for game is game. Fine. We'll take another variable here. Let's say the variable name is variable counter, to count the number of cars passing through the red one to get the final score basically. So we'll initialize the value as 0 for this counter variable. Now the next thing we have to do is to make the blue car move randomly in 3 positions, right? For that we'll use math.random function again. We have used this function previously in the Flappy Birds game. So we'll write here blue car dot add event listener. We'll add an event. So we'll write here animation iteration. So this is a predefined event listener in JavaScript. So for this we'll create a function here. We'll write here function, and we'll define the function as well. Fine. So we'll take a variable, let's say random, and we'll write here math.floor, math.random. So this is a predefined function in JavaScript. We'll write here into 3, and right here we'll write 130. Fine. Why 130? Because 130 is the default width which we have taken in our CSS file. So we'll write here blue car dot style dot left is equals to the value of random in pixels. Fine. Then we'll increase the value of counter after every car passes through, after every blue car passes through the red one. Save it and move to the browser. You can see the blue car has 3 positions over here. Can either come from the left, right, or from the center. Any random number from these 3 numbers will get multiplied to 130. So we have 3 positions only. Any random position, let's say the position is 1, it means that the car is present at the left. So that particular number will be multiplied with 130, and the left value of the blue car will change to that particular number. The logic is simple. If the number randomly taken is 2, then the random value will become 260 in that case, and the blue car will have a distance of 260 pixels from the left side of the container. So this was the reason behind taking the width of container as 390. I hope you guys can relate to it now. So let's move ahead and write the code for moving the red car as well. So you can see the red car is not moving as of now. We'll make it move. So let's write the code for that as well. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll write here window.add event listener. We'll add an event here. We'll write here key down and we'll define a function here. Fine. So we'll take a parameter inside this function. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if e.keycode is equals to 39, then what will happen is we'll take a variable where red car left is equals to, we'll write here %, window dot get computed style. We'll get the computed style of red car, and we'll write here get property value. Fine. We'll take the property value here as well. We'll take the left value. So we'll write here left, and we'll write here if red car left is less than 260 pixels, then red car dot style dot left will change to red car left plus 130, and the value will change to pixels as well. Fine. Now we'll write the code for another key as well. So we have to add 2 keys over here. What we'll do is we'll write here if e.keycode is equals to 37. This key code over here represents the left and the right arrow key of our keyboard. So that's why we are using here key code as 37 and 39. 39 is the default key code for the right arrow key, and 37 is for the left arrow key. So what we'll do here is we'll write here where red car left is equals to %. So what we'll do is we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. This will remain the same. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if red car left is greater than 0, then it will change the style. So we'll write here this, and here what we'll do is we'll change the value of red car to red car left minus 130 pixels. So we are moving the car to the left or to the right. Fine. Now we are done with it. Now save it and move to the browser. And now here you can see we are able to move the red car to the left or to the right as well. Fine. Now we are good to go. So the next thing we have to do is to write the code for collision of these two cars, or we can say the function for game over as well. Fine. So let's head back to our JavaScript file and we'll create another function over here. So what we'll do is we'll take certain values and pass them through some conditions. If any of the requirements fail, then the game is over. The logic is simple. Let's implement this logic. So what we'll do is we'll write here set interval. So we'll use the set interval method, and we'll write here function. So let's say the function name is game over. We'll now define the body of this function. Now let's discuss some things. What we need is we need the top property of blue car, we need the left property of blue car, and then we need the left property of a red car. Fine. So we'll take three variables. We'll write here where blue car top, then we'll take where blue car left, and then we'll take where red car left. Fine. So we have these three variables over here. Now what we'll do is we'll get these values first. So we'll again use the get computed style property and the get property value. We'll write here parseInt, and inside this we'll write window dot get computed style. So the computed style is of the blue car. Then we'll write here get property value. We'll write here top because we need the top value. We'll do the same thing for blue car left and for red car left. Fine. So we'll change the values here. We'll write here left for the blue car left, and we'll write here left for the red car. Fine. We are good to go. We have these three variables and we have the properties, right? We have the value of these particular properties. Now we'll write here certain conditions. We'll use the if statement again. We'll write here if blue car left is equals to red car left. Let's replace this left with a capital L, and we'll write here and then blue car top is greater than 250 and blue car top is also less than 450. So we need the blue car in between 250 and 450 for collision, right? What we'll do is we'll write here result dot style dot display. So we'll change the display property of a result element. We'll write here is equals to block. Now we need a game over card over the game, and we'll also change the display property of game as well. We'll write here game dot style dot display as none. Fine. We don't want the game for this. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here score. So for that we'll write here score dot inner HTML is equals to, let's say it says your score is, and we'll write here dollar. We have a variable counter, right? We'll print the value of counter here. Fine. Now there is an error over here, you can see. So what we have to do is we have to put them inside this. We'll not use the double inverted commas. We'll use this instead, and you can see the error over here is gone now. So we are good to go. Now after that we'll change the value of counter to 0 again. In case the user wants to restart the game, the value of counter will start from 0 again. Now we want to call this function after a certain interval of time. So we'll write here 10 and we are good to go. So the set interval method will be called after 10 milliseconds. Now the same thing we did for Flappy Birds as well. So some conditions here are almost same and the output is also the same as we had for Flappy Birds. Now save it and you can see on the browser that our game is completely fine now. It's working totally fine. So we can play this game. Now let's play it once. So here you can see we can move our red car and the blue car is coming randomly from any of the three directions. It means that it can either come from the left or from the center or from the right. Fine. On collision, you can see it shows that the game is over and the score is 13. Now on clicking the restart button, we can restart the game, the page reloads again and it's working totally fine now. We have to create this particular game and we can see that the game is completely done. We can play this game anytime and it's fun as well, of course.
Here we wrap up with the basics of JavaScript. If you like this video, then hit the like button, consider subscribing to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. Keep watching and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.